All right. Welcome, everybody, to the very start of the Vintage Engineering mod. Now, this is going to be a big project, massive project. I'm not going to be able to tackle the entire thing alone. But yeah, this is going to be the primary focus of the channel. Um, at least for the next year. At least for the next year. Yeah, this is going to be a big project. And it's going to require some outside help. Once I'm into the project a little ways, I'm going to have to reach out to people who, can do 3D models or textures, stuff like that. There's going to be a long to-do list. I'm going to try to treat this project as if I was at a job and there was a big meeting and we got a design and say run with it, right? Here's the idea, run with it. How would you set that up? How would you start a project like that? So for me, what I'm going to try to do is build a design document. I've got a vintage engineering directory in my vintage programming thing. I've got it ready to go on GitHub. It's not on GitHub yet because there's nothing there. There's literally nothing in here at all. It's just like a bare bones basic. There's nothing there other than a mod info. I don't have any code in there yet. I don't want to jump ahead and just start coding because that would lead to disaster. But anyway, I've got the directory writer. I've got a document, the ODT. I have LibreOffice on this computer. It's a free version of Office. The same. So a team built a suite of tools called OpenOffice years ago. So OpenOffice was basically they just mirrored the functionality of Microsoft Office, only it was free, right? OpenOffice, open source project. Well, Oracle comes in and buys the entirety of OpenOffice, right? Code base, the whole 9 yards. They bought the whole thing. And now, so OpenOffice is now like an Oracle project. So what does the team do? They start over, and now LibreOffice is now an open source free version of Office. So yeah, I've got LibreOffice, which is, I think that is hysterical to build a product. Company comes in and buys it, and then you just rebuild the product. I think that's hysterical. Anyway, so yeah, OpenOffice. Sorry for the blinding light. I can shrink this down a little ways so that it's not as bad, but it's still going to be bad. So a design document is going to be basically like you want to outline the features, you want to outline the components, and you want to try to break it down into digestible chunks, right? You want to, because the last week I've been thinking about this mod. It's so overwhelming. All of the things that need to go into this mod, all of the little blocks and the functionality and the animations and the machines and the processing and the GUIs and all. I mean, all of the stuff is just, it's too overwhelming. So I really want to get an overarching idea of the mod and then, have a breakdown of things to do and things to try and problems to solve as we go. And the mods that I've made thus far, the mods that I've done thus far was an effort to get me to this point, to get me comfortable enough with the API to take on the next challenge. And the best example of that is the crafting table mod. The crafting table mod is literally the most superfluous mod that I've ever made. Like, you walk around being able to craft in your inventory, right? That is a thing. Well, I wanted a mod that was simple enough to introduce me to new concepts in the game, namely an inventory, because I knew if I'm going to have machines processing and outputting, I'm going to need block entities with inventories, and I knew I was going to need a GUI, a GUI, graphical user interface. A GUI is also needed. If you open a machine and you get input, output, maybe an energy bar, maybe a processing bar, something like that, you're gonna want a GUI for all of that. And so I wanted a mod that was simple enough that had those components, and I came up with a crafting table, and it worked. So there's other things that I just basically fumbled my way through. All of the mesh stuff, all of the 3D stuff on the crafting table, I sort of just duct taped together. I'm not a big, I don't have really any experience with 3D mesh generation, texturing, UV maps, stuff like that. I have no idea what's going on there. So I'm definitely going to need a little bit of help when it comes to if any of that kind of stuff is needed, especially with animation, because the game updates so many times per second. Well, the animation needs to play smoothly, right, over different frames of animation or different frames of the game. And how to do that, I don't know. There are a couple of examples, but they're kind of convoluted and hidden behind other things like the kern. It's the thing that on the top that rotates around. So that is an animation that plays, but there's things on top of that. If the user is interacting with it, then it plays, or if it's getting mechanical energy, then the speed at which it spins is determined by all this other stuff. And so there's a bunch of code in there that piles on top of that doesn't really help me understand the very basics of how to take an animation and distribute it across multiple frames. So, again, there are many, many things about this mod that I do not know how to solve, and it will be a process to drill in and figure this stuff out, right? It's going to be a massive, massive process. Not to mention the stuff that, is a little bit easier to farm out, like 3D models, textures, sound effects, stuff like that. I'm sure there are lots of people out there just kind of willing or wanting to contribute to a big project. So we're going to start today with getting some of the fundamentals down, and I've been searching around. One of the big things, anybody familiar with the immersive engineering mod? I'm not going to copy directly, none of the code can translate because it's a completely different code. And none of the code can translate because it's a completely different API. The Forge API is not Vintage Story. The backend JSON stuff is completely different. There are such massive differences between the two that I can just basically use the Vintage Story, the immersive engineering mod as a general template as to the features that I want to try to replicate and the general design of the mod itself, right? How are the objects distributed? How is the API built? Because it has an API. Other mods can use that API to build on top of it. And that's what I want to use that, but I've never actually built an app that allows that. So I'm using the Vintage Story mod as a template of how to design my structure, how to design my objects. Um, so, but I'm gonna have to reinvent a whole lot of that functionality. As such, one of the big early tenets of getting into the mod is getting creosote oil. Right? You build this like furnace, this coke oven. You throw coal in it, and this is all Minecraft, mind you. Throw coal in it, and you get, it's a very slow process, but you get coke and you get creosote oil. That creosote oil is used to make treated wood. Now, in thinking of Vintage Story, here's the problem. There's already a process in Vintage Story to get coke. You can build a coke oven already. Coke has no function in Vintage Story right now other than being yet another fuel that you can use. If you use any of my mods, namely like Ores of Plenty, I make coke functional because I increased its burn temperature, and so you're able to smelt like iron because of the burn temperature. So I made a use for coke just because I wanted something. You can make it. Why isn't there a use for it? But the problem there is you don't get any creosote oil. So if we want to keep that, I basically looked up creosote on the Wikipedia. This is how mods are made. This is how I made the nuclear reactor mod. I can show you the little design schematic I made. I looked up, I probably was flagged somewhere, but I looked up, how to enrich uranium and stuff like that, just to get an idea of the steps involved. And I sort of lightly modeled my nuclear reactor mod for Fortresscraft on the stuff that I researched and stuff that I found. And also tied into the ratios, right? The recipe ratios that I used. Okay, so basically I read through this, and there are two different kinds of creosotes. There's coal tar and there's wood tar, and so that's right there. And creosote normally is the black carbon stuff that builds up in your chimney, right? When you burn, because I have right behind me there is a fireplace, right? So I have, in the wintertime, I have fires in that thing. Well, every couple of years, you got to get somebody out to sweep the chimney because creosote builds up. And creosote is flammable. And you could have chimney fires. So you have to so that is creosote. Now, creosote oil, that was a little harder. Like, it seems that there are processes and all of these like crazy compound names, phenol, cresol, ethylphenol. This is not going to be Bob's Angels. This is not going to be some brutal factorial realistic mod. Not going to jump down that rabbit hole. But I get derivation of wood tar creosote from resinous woods. So from resinous woods, I'm assuming you heat these up. So if you take the woods, right, and you heat them, you get some gas, charcoal, obviously, and the liquid distillate. Now, the liquid distillate you can further process into crude tar and then finally creosote down here. And then if we look at bituminous coal, only bituminous coal. Remember, in Vintage Story, there are 3 kinds of coal. He was very realistic when he built this game. So only bituminous coal, which does exist in Vintage Story. I'm assuming you heat this up, you get gas, tar, coke, and then tar you further process into creosote. And then creosote you can then do into other things. But it is still used. The creosote is still used. This shows railroad ties. It's still used to treat wood in very specific instances. There's no commercial available product that is creosote, right? You can't go out to the hardware store and buy a wood treatment for creosote. It's too volatile. It's too dangerous for that. It is not a safe product to handle. So do we want to, if we want to include this feature in the game, we are going to need a separate thing to process either wood or bituminous coal, and it says resinous woods. So I would actually try to find the woods that, like pine. It actually says in here derived from beechwood. I honestly think beechwood is in the game. If it's not, I could easily add beech, and make you go out and find beechwood and grow beechwood. That is something that is possible. Now designing the trees, that is a whole other mess. But it would be a way of distinctly separating the mod from the vanilla way of making coke. Because if we include a machine, a multi-block structure similar to the coke oven, that produces creosote, I think I don't want to just duplicate the coke that we're getting from the vanilla coke oven. I want to make sure that we've got something new. Incidentally, if anybody didn't know out there, creosote, this volatile compound, is what you are putting in your food when you put in liquid smoke or artificial smoke, or if you try to add smoke to your foods with one of those smoke, a product of like liquid smoke, this is what you're putting in, by the way, creosote. It is the vast majority of that flavor comes from basically creosote. Yeah, smoky taste, yeah. Craziness. So I'm liking the idea of a beechwood. I like the idea of needing to do beechwood. Now beechwood, I don't know if they're. It looks like they're pretty big trees. Lots of different variants. Wow. And this one looks like a pine variant. How is that possible? Like all these are deciduous, and then this one looks like a pine. Weird. I really like that one. Nice big tall green beech from Japan. So I mean, if it doesn't exist, we can look at the directory and go users, app data, roaming, vintage story, assets, survival, world gen, tree gen. Okay, so beech is not in here. So we could add beechwood into one of these. I can just copy and paste. I could copy and paste one of these, tweak it a little bit. But again, you're gonna need textures for the bark. You're gonna need a lot of stuff. So yeah, let's see. So creosote. I do believe I spelled that right. Creosote. Yeah, yay. Creosote oil. Beechwood. Let's do. Is it Beechwood? Creosote oil. Treated wood. Wait. Okay. So this process is going to need to be coke oven grid. Now, this process we could then supplement later with another machine, because the creosote, when it talks about, you know, making the wood ties, it's a heated pressurized process. So, you know, that's basically infusing, because it's pressurized, it's force infusing the oil. So we could, rather than do it on a grid, or we in addition to the grid, we could include a machine later, like a pressure infuser, that makes it maybe a better return. Something like that. So this is going to be creosote, and you're going to be, we're going to be heading 3. So Beechwood coke oven and then grid. So again, I want to make sure it is BEE. Okay, BEEC. So Beechwood. So I want to get both the broad strokes in, like this is the feature, and then I want to break it down a little bit and say this and this and this and this are the list. So this is like the general idea, and then the to-do list is going to be Beechwood trees. Add Beechwood trees to WorldGen. Add Beechwood logs and textures and leaf logs. These are going to be blocks. Textures and leaf block and texture. So add Beechwood's logs and textures and leaf blocks and textures. Again, that is actually a very straightforward thing to do. And I'm sure that there are other mods out there that add Beechwood logs. Like, it just makes sense. I believe there is a mod out for Vintage Story that adds a bunch of new wood types. Because it's relatively easy to do, right? It's because it's all JSON generation. You can add this stuff without any code at all. So this kind of stuff is fairly straightforward. But again, adding something that already exists, what you can do is in the mod, in the JSON itself, you can have it add and detect whether or not another mod is installed. And if it is, just ignore it and use that, you know, try to use the same code as the other mod. So it basically, if it exists, you just don't use it. And you just use the other mod. But if that mod doesn't exist, then it will add it. And it will add the blocks and all that kind of stuff. So add Beechwood trees to WorldGen. Again, fairly straightforward. You know, adding that file in the directory structure. You got to mirror the directory structure So that assets directory is basically the same as your assets directory up here. If I go to Vintage Engineering, mod, this assets directory and this assets directory, pretty straightforward. And game is basically your survival, right? So from game, you create a world gen directory, and then you create a tree gen directory, and you put your file in there. That way the game knows how to look for it. And then you just have to mod, like, you have tree gen in there, and there are, I don't know, there are definitely, tree gen properties. So this thing has all of the things. You just add, you can mod this file, and you just add to this array tree gens, and you add your own tree gen in here with all of your different settings, right? And it will generate in the world. It's fairly straightforward. Yeah, the cat is on my leg again. Yeah, I haven't stopped talking. Why are you back over here? Okay. Yeah, there she is. There she is. You're just gonna jump right back down again. Yeah, I know you too well. She does this whenever I stream. If you ever watch any of my streams, she does this every time. She'll jump off my lap when I start streaming, then she'll jump back on a few, 20 minutes later. And then she jumps right back off again because she can't sleep while I'm talking. She's too distracting. And then she does that about 3 times before she goes and crashes on the chair. Yeah. But here she is. Yeah. Okay, so Beechwood to coke oven. So coke oven, this would be the Vintage Engineering coke oven. Which would have to be different than the vanilla coke oven because we need a fluid tank in this. And I don't know of any vanilla block that has a tank other than the barrel. The barrel has a fluid tank. So yeah, this is the first big tricky thing. A multi-block, add multi-block coke oven with tank. Okay. So this one is going to be the first major, like, how do we get this thing working? Because in immersive engineering, you build a 3x3x3 structure out of the coke oven blocks, and then you right-click it with the hammer on a face, and it just converts it into a multi-block. How that works, I do not know. Oh, the purring is real. Yes. So add multi-block. This one here is the big unknown. Add recipe set for coke oven. Add GUI for coke oven. So these are like sub lists onto this one. So GUI, yeah. I can rearrange this document Once I've got a better understanding of all of the things involved, because each multi-block, each thing is going to be pretty much the same process. Once I crack how to do it, I can replicate that over everything else. And I've looked at the immersive engineering code, and they actually have their own multi-block API in, right? I don't know if we are going to have to use that, or if we can use the base games API. Oh, there she goes. Yep. Oh, just enough cat hair to cover me. So each multi-block is going to need an inventory, a GUI, block entities. Yeah, there's a whole thing. I'll get into that in a second. And then add grid recipe for treated wood planks. And then, oh man, my nose. Add treated option to vanilla wood block recipes. What that means is, so in Minecraft, the wood to wood planks is just a direct conversion. A log makes the block of wood planks. In Vintage Story, right, a plank is literally that, is a piece of wood. You need to then take that plank and have a 2x2, and that creates a block of wooden planks, right? And so there's a single recipe that does that for every type of wood. Literally every type of wood. Because of the way the Vintage Story recipe system works, we can look at grid recipe and go, is there a wood? Yes. Wood fence, wood, let's see. Is there a knapping, smithing, clay form, barrel, alloy? Yeah, there's got to be. Oh my god, she found the mousy. Where was that? This has been missing. Where the hell did you find this? This has been missing. This thing is her favorite toy. Don't ask me why. This thing has been missing, I kid you not, for like 6 months. I've been wondering where this thing went. Where did this thing come from? She's not gonna respond to me. Where did this thing come from? It's the mousy. She loves that thing. She'll play fetch with that thing for so long. Sorry, that was a surprise. I don't know where that thing came from. I looked. It's been gone for 6. I've looked everywhere for that thing. Even places that it wouldn't have been possible, like the freezer. Okay. So, wood bucket, wooden fence. I know that there is a recipe in here for wooden planks. I just don't know. Oh yeah, slabs, stairs, clothes. Well, I don't know what Jonas is. Oh, that's part of the new slabs. So, like, plank stairs. So you can see this is it for the recipe. Plank dash star, name of wood. makes plank stairs of this wood, which ties into that, up north free. So plank stairs is the block, and then all of this are variants on that. So the type of wood, the orientation, up or down, the orientation around and around, and then free. I'm not sure what free is. I'd have to look at the plank stairs block definition. Oh, yeah. There she is. There she is. Yeah, she loves playing with the mousey. She plays fetch with it all day. So that's weird that there is not. I can't remember. That is weird to me. Planks, wood. This skip variance. It's pulling the wood variance out of a file. If anybody's ever wondering that, from world properties, okay, block or abstract, somewhere in here, block. There it is, wood. So there's all the woods. Tree type. So this is basically that code is matching up and saying wood, and it's just saying if it's oak, maple, pine, and it just carries that on. If you're using oak, it'll make oak planks. If you're making pine, it'll make pine planks, stuff like that. That's how everything sort of ties together in the back end. It's a beautiful system. It just it takes a little while for your brain to start thinking in those terms of auto generating these values. So getting back to this, treated option, the vanilla wood block recipes is just basically the plank thing here. Is all I would need to do is add the treated code in here, and I guess the tree type doesn't really matter, but it would add, or I could directly add it to the recipe itself, which is absolutely what you can do. Plank -* name equals wood, skip variance. I can add to this. Or I could add my own recipe. That would probably be the best way of doing it. But yeah, you would do skip variance, and then you would do some additional variance, add variance. I don't know what the syntax is exactly, but there's a way to do it. But added treated option. That way, when you go in and you create treated planks, then you can make those planks into stairs and fences. All the other block types are there for you. Okay, so that basically takes care of creosote. Okay, and that allows me to make the treated wood, planks, or basically all of the treated wood options, which is a fundamental thing in the mod, absolutely fundamental. I even downloaded the Immersive Engineering source. I think it's in here somewhere. These are all my Builders Pack versions. It's probably still a zip file. I hope I didn't unzip it into. Okay, I didn't. But I also have it in here. Immersive Engineering. So, it's all on GitHub. So, yeah, all the source, is in here. This is what I mean by sort of trying to mirror the general. Where you found it? Yeah. See, here's the multi-block API. I haven't dove deep into this yet. Wires API. I wanna see if I can build this in a way and model this object, model this mod, and just try to get a system up, and then petition or basically do a pull request on the base game's files, Vintage Stories files, and add the API. The power, the power system, the wire system. Try to make it generic rather than really specific. That's what I was trying to do. If you come down here, this right here, games. This was a project I started last fall, and trying to see about getting something more generic. Not easy, by the way. There's a lot that goes into it. There's the wire. So I didn't even get this to a point where I could test it. Just because there's a lot of stuff in this that I have no experience with, especially the rendering side of things. Held item render. So I was using, in order to help me push through this, I was using the Signal mod as an example, and the author of that mod. Where is it? Oh, there it is. He puts it in a different spot every time. Oops, I just knocked something down. All right. So yeah, the guy at the Sigma mods was kind of a jerk and was just like, "Don't use my code," blah blah blah. I was like, "Come on, just trying to learn here, man. Like, why put your source code out there, open source, and then complain when somebody's actually trying to use it to learn how to do stuff? Like, I had a huge problem with that. That's why all my source code is out there. Use it to learn all you want. Okay, so the next big thing in the mod. So this block, this machine, I want to ensure it's usable right away in the game. Right? So the actual blocks that go into it, not right away in the game, but basically at the same time you can do a coke oven, I want to have this use the same blocks. So yeah, it's going to be very similar, but the next block is going to be only after you make steel. So the next one is going to be the alloy oven probably. So that would be heading 2, I think. Yeah. No, heading 2. 3. So the alloy oven, optional heaters, powered heaters, which we'll get into power in a bit. Optional powered heaters, speed up processing. Told you, she will play fetch all day long. Optional power heaters, speed up processing. Let's see. Not sure exactly how the power heaters are going to go, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Main or the recipe. Let's see. If you guys have any ideas out there, feel free to post them. This is the idea time. Yeah, you gotta decide on a single place to drop. Give her some exercise at least. So this is going to be coke plus iron equals steel bloom. I think it's bloom. Recipes, smithing, steel, blister. Okay, blister steel. So I don't know where that term comes from. So when you create steel in the vanilla system, what you get is blister steel. And blister steel has to be then forged on an anvil to make it a steel ingot, which is not a hard process, but it's another step. So the alloy oven is going to be a much faster way of making steel, especially when you have preheaters on. Much faster way. And you're still going to get blister steel because there's going to be yet another tier. I want to leave room for another tier, mainly the arc furnace, to get massive amounts of steel, right? Massive. Coke plus iron equals blister steel. So this is going to be faster base speed than vanilla steel system. Optional power heaters speed up processing even more. Coke plus iron equals blister steel. Alloy oven, and this is a multi-block alloy oven. Needs recipe set, needs GUI, needs inventory. Yeah, I wanna this is all under coke oven. I don't know why I'm recipe GUI inventory. So the GUI is a client-side interaction. The inventory is the actual inventory of the block. Recipe set is the recipe objects or object that it uses. And these recipes, when you look in here, when you look at recipes, right? Alloy, barrel, clay forming. These are actual objects in the code, right? There is an alloy recipe object that looks in the alloy directory for alloy recipes. That is why we have these directories, right? Grid recipes, this is an object. Recipe grid or grid recipe, whatever. I think it's recipe grid or something in the code. And it has a certain structure to the JSON. There is a structure to it that needs to be mirrored exactly. And that is what when you look at like Electrum here, this object here, ingredients output, there are variables in that object that those map to, and you need to, if you misform this, if you add stuff to this, it's not going to load it right because it's not going to know what to do about it. But anyway, so we can add recipe sets, right? I can add a recipe set called Coke Oven and have the directory be Coke Oven and then all the recipes. And then any mod outside of that can have their own Coke Oven. They could create a recipes directory, create a Coke Oven directory, and put recipes in there for their own coke oven. The same with any machine. That's what I wanted. I'm wanting to push the ability for other mod creators to then build on all of the content that I'm adding. That is really the purpose. I want to see, 10 mods. Once this mod comes out, I want to see 10 more mods adding content to this mod and just expanding the end game even further with power, with recipes, with cool mechanics, stuff I can't even think of. Because I open up the recipes and stuff. The QP Tech mod, I found no real easy way of adding recipes to that because most of them are hard coded in the actual code, and it's frustrating, really frustrating not to be able to even mod the recipes that exist. If I want to make a recipe easier or faster, that's really, really difficult. Okay, so the alloy multi-block coke oven, and then the powered heater, powered block, so the powered heater is going to be a pretty generic object. It's either going to be powered or it's not. But powered block, that's the first toe dip into the quagmire that is the power system. Because there are a few mods out right now that are attempting to add power system. QP Tech is one. There's a couple other ones too. I don't know how updated they are, but there are some very, very basic ones. Very, very basic ones. I want to build one that's robust and offers the most expandability for people, which is why I wanted to tie it into the wire system, which is why I wanted to build that API in the first place. Okay, so alloy oven, multi-block alloy oven, recipe set GUI, inventory, powered heater, not going to have a GUI, not going to have a recipe. It's just going to be a block, basically a tall block with an attachment point with power attachment point. And if the when it starts creating a recipe, there'll be a check inside the machine that'll check either side for the preheater. If it has a preheater and the preheater is enabled, maybe we'll cut the time in half. And then it checks the other side. If that one is enabled and that one is powered, then maybe we'll cut it in half again. So maybe the recipe, the alloy oven might take for each ingot, let's just call it, 5 minutes. A 5-minute timer. Then if it has one preheater, it goes down to 2.5 minutes. And if it has a second one, it's 2.5. So it's 1.25 minutes. That's pretty good for steel. You need a lot of coke. It's 1 coke, 1 iron. It's a lot of coke. Okay. So from here, this is where the content, instead of going linear, right? Because you have the coke oven to make creosote and planks, and then you have the alloy oven, which gets you the next step, faster steel. And steel is the basis for pretty much the entirety of the mod. So I'm kind of doing this in terms of how you would get into the mod. This is not in terms of what to-do list to tackle, in what order. This is not going to be the order that I tackle things. So from here we have like blocks, building blocks for the mod. Yes. Where'd you put it? You know I'm streaming, right? I don't even know where it is, Lewis. It's nowhere to be found. Not under my chair, is it? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Puts it behind a box. Okay, building blocks. Sorry, the cat distractions. Okay, so these are all the scaffolding, scaffolding, fence. I think I already have steel fence. I know my did my Orza Plenty add that? I don't want to duplicate content if I can avoid it. No, it's not. It wouldn't be in Orza Plenty. It would be in random changes, assets, random changes, recipes. No, that would be. Yeah, a lot of my early mods, I didn't really fully understand the mod system, so I put everything in game, and that was not the thing to do. Not you don't want everything in game. Block types, metal fence. All right. I did not include a steel metal fence. Excellent. Excellent. That means I can add a steel metal fence because that is a major building block for these multi-block major things. Steel / iron scaffolding, steel fence, treated blocks, treated wood blocks, steel iron. What other blocks are there in immersive engineering? I mean, I have Minecraft installed. Oh, she's really meowing. I don't know if you guys can hear that. He's missed this thing. He's missed it. It has been 6 months. Yes. Yeah, I would have to load up Minecraft and start like writing down all the different blocks in the mod. But basically all the building blocks, which are dead easy to make. So I think what I want to do, one of the changes that I want to do is, so we're going to have heavy, light, nearing blocks, building blocks, and components. Yeah, anybody really super familiar with immersive engineering? Because I know there's a ton of them. Wires, wire coils. There's so much to do. There's so much to do. And thank you, Copy. My sound system might blurt out. You guys might hear it because I don't have headphones on. Thank you very much, Copy. You are a generous man. Wire coils. So the wire coils is actually what you use to wire steel, iron scaffolding, steel fence, treated wood blocks, heavy light engineering blocks. Now the one thing we don't have here, there's one thing we don't have that the other one does, that the main mod does, and that is redstone. We don't have any redstone. So treated wood blocks, heavy, light engineering blocks, wires, wire coils, sheet metal. So steel, iron, sheet metal, and any other components. Like I could subdivide this into blocks, and then I could subdivide it into components like this. So wires, wire coils, those are components. And this is basically like a check sheet, right? As you add stuff, as stuff gets done, we can strike it out, right? When this is done, we can go up here and say strike it out, right? That's done. It's kind of a to-do list. Which is why you want to do this when you make a really big mod. You want this? Steel fence, window blocks, heavy. These are all, yeah, these are all blocks. Steel fence, treated wood blocks, heavy light engineering blocks, steel iron sheet metal. I'm just trying to, I'm building the structures in my brain. Like all of the different structures. One thing we could do, steel iron, steel slabs. Slabs are a little tough. Vintage Story, you can have slabs. If you'd have to do a custom block object. Most slabs, because the game includes a chisel, that's built-in chisel feature, typically you don't see a lot of the subtype blocks that you see in Minecraft because you can just chisel them, right? Sort of like fences or stairs. So in Minecraft, when you build stairs around a structure, right? When you build stairs, the stair, when it wraps around, the block disappears, and then you have a custom like corner block, right? That doesn't exist in Vintage Story because all you need to do is come in with a chisel and chisel that square away, and boom, you have it wrapped around, and it's seamless. It's really nice. But we can, if we have a slab block, we can have that upper slab, right? That upper slab block done. I'm not sure if the base game has slabs. No, I think it has to. Yeah, I think it has to. Slabs, definitely stone brick slab. Yeah, they mostly use stone path slab, plank slabs. Yeah, they do. They definitely have slabs. Because there is two different kinds of slabs. There's horizontal slabs and vertical slabs. I should say horizontal slabs and vertical slabs. But they're basically just, pretty simple stuff. Steel slabs. I don't think there are any metal slabs. So there's that. Components. I know there's a ton more components. Because there's a power pole made out of aluminum. And it has little things on the side. I don't know how we're going to do that. Man, I don't know how we're going to do that. Power pole, aluminum with wings. Aluminum treated wood. So two different Power poles, aluminum or treated wood. Yeah, this is definitely a major behind the scenes video. This is tons and tons of work. This mod is going to be enormous. So much to do. So I'm sure that there are more components. I mean, I could try to open. If I could remember where Minecraft is actually. I think it's just in here. CurseForge, yeah. Minecraft instances. Builders pack. Mods. Immersive engineering. 7-zip open archive. Oh, that was a horrible throw. Horrible throw. Okay. Where do I don't think it's in data. Assets, immersive engineering, block state. Yeah, look at all this. This mod is enormous, by the way. Enormous. Materials. Models. I mean, metal device. We got so much stuff. Block. Look at all these. So I want to say, yeah, I want to say, like, look at all these different sheet metals. I'm not going to worry about colored stuff. Like, who cares about that? These are going to be like super nitty gritty machines. Concrete. Yeah, we're gonna need some sort of liquid concrete recipe. Windmills are already done. That reminds me. A mechanical generator. Heading 3. Mechanical generator converts mechanical energy, windmill, into power. This is one of, if not the, well, definitely one of the hardest blocks in this mod to try to get working. Because it merges it merges an electrical system that is not yet invented with the mechanical system of the base game, which is not an easy thing to get into because there's a lot of stuff. Torque, rotations per minute. There's a whole lot of stuff in there that I haven't quite unpacked. There's a lot of little details in there. But basically the mechanical generator, you're going to be able to build. I want it. So you build a windmill, like a big max size windmill, which is typically 4 windmills all facing one direction, right? So you have this massive windmill, which is going to require a vast amount of like flax twine and resources to actually build. So it's, you know, something to do. Once you build that, you're going to have quite a lot of mechanical power behind that, especially if you go with the 4 windmills. This block is going to turn that into actual electrical energy, the ratio of which I don't know yet, because I don't even know the electrical system isn't even invented yet, and I don't know what kind of electrical system to introduce. Because there are a couple different flavors of electrical. There is the RF variant, where power in and power out use the same pool. Doesn't matter. A wire just transfers X amount of power. Okay. You gotta get tired of this at some point. You've got to get tired. Because all she does is sit behind me and meow and coo. I don't know if you can hear that, but it gets annoying and distracting. So RF is just like I generate 100 power and the machine uses 100 power. And the wire in between does not matter. It just moves power. And you have wires that can move 100 power. You can have wires that can move 100,000 power. That's one model, the RF model. The other model is more involved. It is the voltage regulation model. It is a block a block is limited to a certain level of power, of voltage, right? So you have low voltage, medium voltage, and then high voltage. And most machines are not high voltage. They're either low or medium. So there's a limit on the voltage. If you put a voltage that's too high, bad things happen. So the way to do that is to have the wires and you need wires for each voltage type, and you need transformers. So let's say you have and high voltage is usually limited to moving power long distance. You know, when you're traveling down the road and you see those giant power structures, and they have these wires that stretch, you know, half a mile in one stretch. Those are high voltage. You know, they're pushing 1,000,000 volts on those things. But when they get to a city, they have to be knocked down a ways. So they get knocked down to medium voltage, and that's usually what gets run around the city. And then before they go into a neighborhood, they get knocked down again to low voltage, and that's what's pushed into your house. So it would force the person. You would have a bank of generators that would push to high voltage, and then you'd run that, and you would have to go to your machine. The machine would be limited. You know, the early game machines, like the ones I put up here, the powered heater or the preheater, those would be a low voltage. Okay, let's say each one of those is 16 power. I've never seen her this active before. In months. The mousey, the power of the mousey. Okay. Anyway, what was I saying before I was mousey distracted? So the early game power generation, so the mechanical generator here would generate low voltage power, right? Or we could have it generate medium voltage, but I'm saying like low voltage would be anywhere from 0 to 256 power. I'm just pulling numbers out of thin air. So 0 to 256 power is a low voltage. Medium voltage would be anything below, say, I would cap it at like 2048 power. That's medium voltage. But not any below 256, right? You can have a medium voltage machine that requires, well, could you have you'd want a medium voltage machine to require more than 256. I mean, I'm not an electrician or an electrical engineer. So I'm trying to take like the real world way power works. and merge that into a game that doesn't make it so tedious that it becomes annoying, right? The RF model, the RF model is by far the simplest and requires little or no thought to set up. Power in, power out, you're done. You don't have to worry about it anymore. If you're not producing enough power, you add more generators. If you have too many generators, build more machines. Stuff like that. The voltage model is much trickier. But the end game generators would then generate way more power. You know, you could daisy chain several generators together, and on one high voltage line, you could have like 32,000 power. And then you'd have to downgrade that to each machine. Because you know, I don't know of any machine in the world that can handle a high voltage current. Like, there's no way. That's just too much power. But anyway, so those are the two models, and I'm not at this point sure which one would be more beneficial. I'm leaning towards the voltage model because it's the most expansive and the most immersive, right? It's a very immersive way of handling it because you have to pay attention. You have to build transformers, and you have to actually pay attention to the voltage model, the voltage of a machine. And you can't connect a bunch of machines to a low voltage transformer because it's only going to be capable of putting out 256 power. And if you have 512 power being drawn, it's going to be like, I don't have enough power. But the cost, the flip side of that coin is there's a little bit more cost in terms of game ticking update time, because there's a lot more processing that has to go into, I have this power, can I use this power, stuff like that. There's a lot of little nitty-gritty details. But the mechanical generator is the first step into the process. Converts mechanical energy into electrical power. And there'll be a slight loss to this, but they're actually pretty efficient because you're literally spinning a dynamo, the very process that generates the power with the mechanical energy. So you're able to pull a lot of that power. That's why hydroelectric dams are so efficient. It's just water through a thing that spins, and that spinny thing, we've engineered those to be very, very efficient. And we can pull quite a bit of the power out of the water from that process. She come back, or is she tired? Are you tired yet? Nope, she's not tired yet. So yeah, basically what I'm hoping people do, they build the creosote oven, because the alloy oven is going to probably require a couple treated blocks. Hint. So the alloy oven, then it gets built. The alloy oven is going to need steel. It's going to need some heat resistant blocks plus steel to build. And then the powered heaters on top of that, those are going to reuse iron and steel and power. And the power is going to come from this generator, which again is going to be steel and copper. It's going to be a generator. Steel, copper. I can't believe that she found the Mousy that has been lost for 6 months during a stream. Of all of the times in the last 6 months, during a stream, she finds this and is wanting to play fetch with it. It's crazy. Yeah, she's literally running into the kitchen, grabbing it, and bringing it back to me. Isn't that the definition of fetch? Do you think cats can't play fetch? Are you tired yet? Are you tired yet? Go get it. Okay, so the mechanical generator is a simple concept, but not simple in practice. I don't know if it'll have a GUI. It doesn't need an inventory. 100% does not need an inventory. Animation. Multi-block. What I'm picturing is basically a block that has nodes on it that are obvious. Like here's where the mechanical stuff goes, and then when it's turning, there's something inside the block that's actually spinning. So I think that's the rotor. You have the stator and the rotor. The stator, I think, is on the outside. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have the stator and then the rotor. So the stator is going to be this outside thing, and then the rotor is going to be in. And so depending on what speed, because the formula will be set, so the speed at which this thing goes, it will depend on the wind, right? You gotta make it depend on the wind, and that's all the way that the mechanical system works. I wish Tyrone would do a write-up on it. I wish he would write it up and say, this is how this works. Like, just give me a write-up of it. But yeah, if the wind isn't blowing, it's not going to be spinning, right? So the other flip side of this will be any time you have something like this converts mechanical energy into electrical power, right? The opposite can be true. You can convert electrical power into mechanical energy because it's the exact same thing. It's just the power is going the other way. Instead of drawing power out, you're pushing power in, and it's forcing this thing to rotate. So yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe the GUI convert to or from power. So maybe there's a GUI that flips a switch, and you can then use it in the later game, so it's not a wasted block. You can use it to actually move a windmill if you wanted to. I'm not sure. But the option is there. The possibility is there. Moving on to other machines, because once you have power, you're not tired yet. You're not tired. Well, you gotta bring it back. Where did you put it? It's not in all the usual spots. Yeah, sometimes she's like, it's way over here. Weird cat. You are a weird cat. Go get it. Okay, so from here, we can, now that we have power, we can start spreading out the machines. So, machine ideas. Let's do this. Machine ideas. I wish there were more people in here and more people excited about this, and I would be able to get ideas. because the whole point of me doing this in real time and on stream is to integrate these ideas in this early stage. Because if I'm 6 months into this project, if I'm 9 months into this project, and I've got a ton of this work already done and all of this stuff mapped out, and somebody comes in and is like, hey, how about this machine? It's like, that's way, way too late. Way too late. At that point, it would be like, the mod has an API, do it yourself. Like, do not come if a game or a mod is just about to be released, do not come in at the nth time and say, how about this feature? Because there is 0% chance that it gets integrated. 0%. If you come in that late in the time and do it. The time to add features, the time to add ideas is in the beginning, not the end. So, it is what it is. Anybody watching this later, depending on what time, this is April. This is the end of April. Now is the time to say, hey, how about this machine? That sounds like a cool machine. So we have, how about a metal press? We have a crusher, grinder. I want like machine versions of stuff in the game already. That's the starting point. So the crusher is like the little pulverizer, the little mechanical pulverizer. And beep, 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 beep. That slow pulverizer. The grinder is like a electrical version of the kern that grinds powders, right? So metal press, crusher, grinder, let's see. How about extruder? Did I spell that wrong? Oh, it's saying it's not a word. Extrude. No. I guess extruder isn't a word. Loose. Good Lord, cat. Been like 20 minutes. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Metal press, crusher, grinder. So the extruder, you can make rods, wire. So yeah, the extruder can have multiple. I want machines that can have multiple uses. Either multiple uses or allows for automation of vanilla processes, like the sawmill. Logs into planks at a more efficient recipe, more efficient output. Sawmill. Sawdust. So, let's see. Sawmill, sawdust. I guess I don't have. That's why Streamlabs didn't play coffee. I don't have it enabled on this scene. I should really redo my OBS. I'm still using OBS, all the scenes and stuff, when I was first learning how to use OBS 7 years ago, over 7 years ago. Actually, no, it was about 7 years ago. I started the channel using a different video recording system called Fraps, which don't ever use that. But yeah, when I first got OBS, I have like 6 different scenes in here, all trying to do different things. Like, yeah, I was really naive when I started. I should really just consolidate them all into one big scene and have enables and disables for all the different things. Metal press, crusher, grinder, extruder, sawmill, clay former, kiln, oven, now what would you, the recipes, if we look at recipes, okay, clay forming, that's what that is for. Cooking, barrel, not really. Well, you could do a fermenter. Again, not a word, which is weird because you'd think it would be a word. You're fermenting something, you're a fermenter. Which is basically what the barrel recipes are for, right? You're pickling, you're making leather, you're fermenting, you're soaking, it would need a tank of some fluid. Anyway, napping. Not sure if there would be an alternate way of napping. There might be possible CNC. And the smithing would mostly be taken with either the metal press. Yeah. CNC, yeah, I just added. You'll catch up. CNC. So the napping, yeah, the napping is more like a CNC. This is perfect. Go get it. Smithing. Now we can either, when it comes to smithing and optimizing parts, right? We can either take a ingot and metal press it into an item, but it would be a really crude item. And QP Tech has a way of preheating an ingot. You preheat the ingots, then they go into a press, and then they come out, right? I kind of like that. I don't like the way he implemented it. And I understand there's the biggest issues I have with QP Tech is he basically started that mod and got the features just barely functional, and then he moved on to something new, right? And so everything in there is sort of barely functional, and sort of tacked on and not thought out. And he didn't do this process, he didn't do this design process and just map all this stuff out and figure out a path, some path where all of this stuff sort of tells a story and combines back into a narrative of the mod. Like you're advancing in this engineering system, you're getting better and better and better machines, and eventually you're going to be able to build these top tier machines. Compressor. So compressor, what kind of recipes, Corsair? What kind of recipes would you foresee that making? Because I can add the machine. Certainly, I can add the recipe set. But what is it compressing? Is it compressing stuff and squeezing like juice out of it? The best way I can come up with, like, let's say let's say you add a compressor, you add cocoa beans, and you squeeze them to get cocoa butter, right? That's how chocolate is made. So that I can see definitely being useful, but we need to plan for that and include a tank in the machine. If the machine doesn't come with a tank, it kind of defeats that purpose or that point. Not that you actually have to get a fluid out of it. So yeah, if we do, I mean, do we call it a compressor or do we call it a squeezer? I hope he's around to answer the question on what kind of recipes are there, but it looks like maybe he left. I don't know. Chat isn't active enough to really see that. I don't know what the I don't know what the delay is, but he pops in, says compressor, and then leaves. I mean, you got to give me a little bit more than that. Got to give me more than that. So either compressor or squeezer. I mean, a compressor definitely sounds needs tank. So remember, each one of these machines will have a recipe set associated with it, except for maybe crusher and grinder, because and like cooking. I'm not sure. Grain. Oh, this is the oven, I think. No? Perishable hours. Porridge. No, this is cooking pot. Yeah. That is the cooking pot in the fireplace, is what that is. What would be the recipe for like pies? Clay forming barrel, alloy, smithing, recipe. Compressing two ingots together, that really isn't a thing. Like in real life. One thing about Vintage Story is it's not realistic, but it tries to be. It really tries to. So you can't take a gold ingot and a silver ingot and just smush them together to make electrum. That's not how you alloy two things together. It's how you can make a sandwich of the two. Come on, cat, go get it. Alloying really is its own thing, and that will be handled with the do-all, end-all arc furnace. The arc furnace is going to be this is going to be the ultimate goal, the bee's knees. This is where it's at right here. For as far as material processing, this will be alloys and ingots. Alloys and ingots, and recycling. So the arc furnace is going to be a really high level power system, and it's going to be able to make, unlike this thing here, alloy oven, which makes blister steel, right? Coke plus iron equals blister steel. This will make straight up steel ingots. No blister steel, no post processing. She has got to be getting tired of this by now. Okay. So, metal press crusher, grinder, extruder, sawmill, clay former, kiln, oven. Oven will be mostly for cooking. It's just a faster, non-burning way of cooking. Put some food in, oven turns on, cooks the thing, oven turns off. The fermenter, CNC for napping. The clay former is just that. It's almost like I picture the clay former as a sort of 3D printer, i.e. 3D printer using clay. Okay. It basically prints whatever clay object from the ground up. It was like a 3D printer for clay. That's how I see the clay former. So you can set it to mass ingot molds. You could set it to pots. You could, whatever clay, just integrates all of the clay stuff the base game has. So some machines, yeah, I could do a smoker. And just allow the expanded foods mod, because the expanded foods mod adds a ton of stuff. I don't really play with it. I don't really play with the expanded foods mod because it adds too much. Believe it or not, it's just too much. When a mod just adds stuff just to add more stuff, I don't like playing with it because it increases the amount of stuff in the game. It makes the help when you hit H, it makes that take longer to come up because it has to parse through thousands more items. I mean, there are mods that add thousands of new items in a single mod that adds thousands of new items. I don't like that. I don't like mods that do that just for the sake. Like the expanded foods mod, right, adds 5 new types of berries and a plethora of vegetables, and it just adds stuff. It adds so much stuff. Once you have, a core group of vegetables, why do you need 50 more? Why? Well, you don't need that many vegetables. You grow vegetables, you make the food, and you just make the food generic enough where it needs a vegetable. But no, expanded foods gets into really nitty-gritty foods, and it's impossible to manage because of the spoilage. Something you don't have to worry about in Minecraft, but Vintage Story, that food spoils and it's gone. So when you have recipes that require specific, like this recipe requires a potato and a carrot, blah blah blah, and no other type of vegetable, and you don't have potatoes or carrots, then okay, well, once you plant those, you can get them, but if you don't use them right away, the food spoils. It's just too much, right? It's too much. So smoker, what would we use? Let me check again. The block wood. I just want to see. Maple is in. You could definitely smoke it with maple, but the one that I was hoping was in here is not. Hickory. Why is hickory? Yeah, why is hickory not in here? That is a fundamental barbecue wood. That is the barbecue wood. Well, now where did you put the mousey? There it is. She puts it in a different spot every time. Go get it. Alloys, ingots, and recycling. So the smoker, add hickory. So hickory, yeah, I've in my fireplace that's right behind me. Every once in a while, the load of firewood that I get from the local firewood guy, every once in a while includes a single piece of hickory. And when I put one of those, when one of those goes on the fire, my entire place smells like a barbecue joint. It's awesome. It makes me hungry when it happens, but it's awesome. Hickory is the barbecue wood. And it's not in the game, which is stupid. Okay, yeah. Something to extend, well, that would be a freezer / refrigerator. A freezer or refrigerator. Put food in the freezer and massively extend its time, but it maybe becomes frozen or something. You could maybe do it. You would have to figure out some way of auto making the, because when you put it in the freezer, you could literally have a timer on it, and then you could convert. Let's say you put some piece of meat, right? Some chunk of meat in the freezer. There might be a way to then convert that after let's say a single in-game day. You could even time it differently. But then it would turn into frozen meat. Then you'd have to take that frozen meat, put it in the refrigerator, and let it thaw over time. And it would take X amount of time to thaw. You know, that's an idea. That's a little bit too immersive for my taste. I would just put it in the freezer and have it extended. But there are definitely people out there. There are definitely players out there that would want the more realism, and I would leave it up. I would leave it up to other mod authors to figure out how to do that. Because once it's in the freezer, right, you could set a timer and have it change it. I don't know. Something to think about. Smoker. So compressor needs tank. Cat, it's way over there. You need to bring it over to me. You don't know how this works? You don't know how this works? I can't reach it from here. Quit looking at my hands as if I have it on me. So the other thing I'm going to do with this mod, and this is just adds more pain to my existence, I am also going to try to integrate the concept of immersive petroleum into this. Because we need to burn some fossil fuels. Currently, the only generator that we have is the mechanical one, and this one is not going to be producing enough power for most of these, right? Some of these, certainly, or more than one of these, maybe I'll try to balance it so one generator consumes all of the power from one windmill. So if you have a tower that has the 4 windmills on it that you've probably seen in my Let's Play from last year, now you have four windmills, because it doesn't matter which direction they point. They all use the same wind variable. Then you could have 4 generators. Well, if each generator, then we have to balance it. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Balance is the last thing you do. when you guys are making a mod and you're thinking about all these machines and you're thinking about all this stuff, balance is the last thing I worry about. It's the absolute last thing. It's on my mind. It's in the background, you know, a fuzzy staticky thing in the background. But it's the last thing I think about. Because I need the whole enchilada. I need the whole mod. I need the big picture before I know how to balance it. Because you need to know what machines, you need to get an idea of what machines can power and how you want to progress the power. You don't want, let's say you want the pump jack to pump oil, right? Which is going to be its own nightmare to code, right? You don't want to worry about, okay, well, how much power is that pump jack going to use? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much power it uses because you don't have any of that coded yet. But when you start to break down the balance, you can get lost in the weeds. You're like, oh, this is going to use this much power and this much power and that and that. And it's like, no. Don't worry about any of that. Just worry about getting the machines done, getting them in, and then balance is the fun part. Literally, it's the fun part. It's the part I enjoy the most. I love tweaking all the numbers and figuring out like how much power this is going to use and how fast this is going to that's the fun part to me. This part is the coding part. Yeah, it's fun and it's challenging, but getting the machines functional and working, that to me is the biggest challenge. Balance is the last thing that I tackle. And so right now we have the mechanical generator is the only power generating block, and that is a problem. Because when you look at the grand scheme of things, right? When you look at the advancement of humankind, how have we generated power? Well, we started with mechanical power and windmills, you know, a millennia ago. Look at Holland and the Netherlands, and they've had windmills for forever. So that was the first form of power, is mechanical power. The next form was coal, Industrial Revolution, coal power. So we want a coal power system. So that requires a few things. We are going to need coal. We have a giant coal power system about, I don't know, 40, 50 miles south of us, south of where I am. Giant. Literally, they have 2 burners. Each burner is 6 stories tall. Not 6 feet tall, 6 stories tall. Each burner. And it's that coal power system is going full blast, not full blast, but it's going year round, every day. But 6 stories tall, and each burner produces an unholy amount of power. It's a lot. But they don't throw lumps of coal in. They grind it into a super fine powder. So the super fine powder then goes into nozzles, and they basically get sprayed into the boiler, and it burns incredibly hot, right? Very, very hot, and that is what heats up the water. So hello everybody, Dominicus. I'm not even going to attempt that last name. I would butcher that last name. Okay, so we have coal boiler. Takes powdered coal. So powdered coal is going to be from the grinder. So we could require the crusher to crush the coal, and then the grinder to grind the coal, and then the coal boiler to take the coal to produce steam, which is a fluid. It has to be the fluids. There's no gas system in the game. That reminds me, building blocks, fluid pipe. See, this is why we do this, because, I can always go back and add stuff here, and the other machine idea is pump. That makes me shiver. The idea of a pump makes me shudder, because it's like that. A single block pump. Single block pump. That one makes me shudder, because whew, that's rough. So you could have it. There are two vanilla liquids in the game, water and lava. I already added a mod that adds crude oil. And all the mod does, all it does is add crude oil liquid and crude oil liquid blocks in the world gen. That's all it does. And it has realistic generation. It only generates at a certain depth in the ground, and only around or in sedimentary rock. I did a little bit of research before I made that mod. Solar panel, yeah, we're getting to that. You're getting ahead of me here. Solar panel is like modern day. We're still in coal boiler. We're still in the 1880s here. I'm going through, like, to design this mod, I'm kind of going through in my head the progression of humanity into the industrial revolution and the tech. Like, that's how we're approaching this problem. So coal boiler will take coal powder, and we can just any coal, because there's 3 types of coal in the game, and at this point I'm not going to discern. And again, we're not getting into balance. I'm just saying it takes any coal powder. I'm not going to discern which coal powder, because that we're already limiting certain other recipes. So the steam is a fluid pipe to a steam generator. Okay, so coal boiler. So this is 2 different multi-blocks. But we're gonna need water to go into the coal boiler, which is where the single block pump comes in. So remember, all this stuff is gonna have to be built in the world, and the beauty of it is with the power system that I want to implement, which is the same as this. And I talked about, if you watch the whole stream, which I know not everybody has the time for, I understand that, but this process is going to take a year. So either you're in for it for a year and you're going to support the mod for a year, or you're not, and you're here for 5 minutes and forgotten. And okay, that's fine, but this is not going to be out next week. This mod is going to be a very long time in the making, and I'm going to need help making it, especially when it comes to 3D models, animations, sound effects, textures, people debugging as it gets up on GitHub, people going in and contributing, I want to use this document as a foundation, and that way everybody can look at and it's going to be part of the GitHub. You're going to be able to open this document and see, oh, this is all this stuff. And I know I could have a Google Docs. I don't want to mess with that. Please don't make me do that. Okay, so water goes into the coal boiler multi-block, which takes powdered coal, produces steam, which goes through a fluid pipe into a steam generator, which is also a multi-block. Yeah, let's open up the Oh. Okay. Let's redo it. Okay, and then you. There. I'm not printing this out. I don't need the margins to be. Okay. So this will be post mechanical generator. You're going to be able to generate enough power with this to build some of these machines to get this built, right? You're going to need a bunch of steel, of course, coal boiler, steam generator, lots of steel, lots of copper, maybe a little iron here and there, depending on how we do it. The rest, again, balance is late. Balance is one of the last things you do. The second to the last thing you do is all the recipes. Like how all the recipes tie in together. Okay, so this will be mid-game power. Okay, this power system, depending on how much coal you have. So, do we want to also include charcoal? Because charcoal is renewable. Coal is not. Coal is not easy to find either. Coal, I mean, yeah, you can find it. And when you do, especially if you're using my Ores Aplenty mod, when you find it, you find a lot of it. But still, when you start running out of coal, like, and you're relying on it, there's a time sensitivity to it. Do we want to keep that, or do we want to include charcoal? So, charcoal, allow powdered charcoal. Charcoals can be a byproduct from smoker. Typically not. Smokers, charcoal is what you get when you burn without oxygen. But you need some oxygen in order to make smoke. So smokers usually are not without oxygen. They have some of it in there because you need it to smoke. I don't know, but the smokers that I've seen are not sealed. You know, they're not sealed things. They're open. They just don't burn at a high temperature. No, it's just they just sort of smolder. But we already have plenty. There's already a base game way of making charcoal, and you can make a metric ton of charcoal at a time. You can literally design a room that's, I don't even know what the max size is of the charcoal. So let's see. Vintage engineering. Vintage story wiki. Charcoal. Okay. So you build a structure. It doesn't even need to be that big. But let's see if we can find. Yeah, so this is like a single block variant of it, right? You have, or a single block depth. But the maximum size of any charcoal pit is a 13 by 13 by 13 cube. That is enormous. That is so much charcoal. And it usually is like a day or two, right? You build this structure, and if you want to know how, you can just watch my series. I cover all this stuff on my Let's Play series. But this, I mean, it in order to do this, it would take a mass volume of firewood, because you use firewood to do it. You create firewood. Firewood up to 6 blocks away in any direction from the fire pit will be made into charcoal. This means that the largest volume of firewood that can be processed in one pit is 13 cubed minus 2, which will have an average yield of 12,000 charcoal. Again, charcoal is not a problem in the game. You need a you need a massive volume of firewood, and this all can be modded. The charcoal can be modded to yield more charcoal. Because your 32 firewood is giving you like between 4 and 7 charcoal. That's not a lot per firewood, which is why you need a lot of firewood. So yeah. Anyway, so charcoal is highly renewable. And that would allow you to just have a massive production of charcoal in case you run out of actual coal. So that takes care of mid-game power to me. In my book, this requires automation, and we haven't even gotten into conveyor belts yet. Don't even get me started. Believe it or not, immersive engineering has conveyor belts. Anybody who's played immersive engineering knows they have a conveyor belt system. I've never ever used it. Never. I've always used other mods to do it. Are conveyor belts worth the time to program? Will conveyor belts... Boy, if I could type today, will conveyor belts hurt or crush performance? Horizontal belts, vertical belts, dropper belts, extractor belts. So it's a really simplified system. It definitely doesn't have like creates level of craziness, right? I mean, they're basically just blocks you place on the ground, and they just move objects from one another. I haven't ever like looked at how they're actually coded. Like I've not actually looked at this. This is the API. This is main Java immersive client. Like, I don't even know where they are. Have you ever tried playing Vintage Story on the hardest settings, putting every setting to the worst possible? I have not. And thank you so much for the donation, sir. First super chat. Fantastic. The way that I play, I admire people who can play games with those settings. I don't have an infinite amount of time in my life, and to play a game like Vintage Story on the hardest settings makes it take forever, right? The hardest settings are just like, especially if you're vanilla with the hardest settings, we're talking weeks of your life in order to progress in the game. I don't have that much time. I value my time more, so I don't really ever play games the hardest way possible. I just don't. In the past, especially when I was doing Let's Plays, I wouldn't choose the hardest difficulties because I didn't want to have to start over. Because if you start over, now you've got a bunch of content that you've already covered before, and covering it again doesn't help anybody because nobody's going to watch it. And so I got really, I really want to know Wires World Registered Network. Fluid entities, crafting blocks, ticking blocks. Nope. I don't know. Yeah, this is all Java code, which is why none of this code can be used. It's all Java, and look at all the. This is nothing compared to some of the includes that I've seen in some of these files. Like, it is crazy. So trying to do a direct conversion is nearly impossible. Which is why I have to basically start from scratch and do this all. But I don't know where there's the wires. I do not know where the conveyor belt's in. Anyway, I'm getting lost. Yeah, I just don't have the time. But I admire people. I admire people who do. I do. I admire people who do. Mechanical inserters, no. I'm gonna say a no to that. If you wanna work on a mod that does that, if you wanna do that, more power to you. But trying to get those things to work, and get the animation right, I don't have nearly the patience, knowledge, or expertise to pull something like that off. You know, if you're thinking something along the lines of what's in Create, because Create has an arm, a little inserter arm, and that's amazing. I am not the coder developer of said mod. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how you do that. The animations and how you do all that. I don't know. Yeah, the way the vid story is coded, it's already a hard game, and to wrap it up on the hardest, where you have riffs that are the hardest, you've got food that's hardest, you've got the weather that's hardest. Like, I don't know why you would do that to yourself. You know, I play games to have fun and to be engaged and to really, really enjoy the process. I don't play games to punish myself. And, you know, maybe that's just me, but I don't even know where the conveyor belts are. It's frustrating that I couldn't find them, but they're in there somewhere. They have to be. I've literally built them in the game. So, okay, moving on. Again, I want to also include Immersive Petroleum in this. So Immersive Petroleum, the new version of it that I played in Minecraft here. Didn't we play Minecraft on stream here? Yeah, I played it when I updated the mod pack. I updated the builders pack. This is my personal Minecraft mod pack. So the version is finalized for like 1.18. They've made all the final tweaks and stuff, and that has Immersive Petroleum in it, and they have a really unique way of finding oil. So you have my crude oil mod that just adds crude oil to the game. That's all it does, is add crude oil as a fluid and crude oil in World Gen. And that's all I wanted that mod to do, because I wanted other mods to not add their own crude oil. I was trying to avoid 5 different types of crude oil in the game. Desperately trying to avoid a situation like that. So I did a mod that was just crude oil, and all you need to do is include that mod, and boom, you've got crude oil, right? That's all I wanted to do. And there's a bunch of work that can be done with that mod. If you guys know a lot about terrain gen and stuff like that, what I was wanting to do originally was like the old like Buildcraft style like fountains of oil. So there was when you had an underground bubble of oil, there would be a fountain that come up to the surface, and you would have this tall fountain on the surface that would be oil, and then you'd put a pump and it would pump all the way down. Good times. I was wanting to do that, but I had no idea how. So the crude oil right now is just generating the crude oil fluid in the ground. The actual code part that I want to run doesn't run. So it doesn't actually run any code yet. Okay. So immersive petroleum, that will open up the next tier of things. So petroleum, I think I spelled that right. It's not telling me I didn't spell it right. Petroleum. So we have pump jack, derrick, which is basically the drill, right? That's the thing that drills into the ground. The surveyor, this finds the oil under bedrock. So oil is in two ways, right? Here's how I see this working. The easily acquired oil is the stuff that's from like the crude oil mod. And that stuff you have to find. It's not an easy find. You have to be in a region that generates sedimentary rock deep enough that you can get crude oil to spawn, because it only spawns in sedimentary rock. Once you find it, though, you find a lot of it. I made sure the generation settings were, you find a lot of it. But it's still finite, right? Once you drill down and start tapping it, it's going to run out eventually. So what do you do after that? Well, you can go around and find more and really drill constantly, right? And some people want to do that. And I want to leave that option open. So the pump jack is the thing that actually pumps the oil. And this is a multi-block. Anybody who's ever played Immersive Petroleum knows what a pump jack is. Very, very awesome looking. I love they're animated. They're just absolutely great. They take power. So you have to run power lines all the way out there, and you have to hook up power, which is great. It just requires, you got to do it. You got to do those things. So the pump jack is the thing that actually pumps it. It doesn't actually drill it, though. The derrick is the thing that drills it. And these are all multi-blocks. So this is a multi-block. This is a multi-block. These are all multi-blocks. Except for this one. Okay. Single block pump. So all machine ideas, all multi-block. Metal press, grinder, shooter, sawmill, kiln, oven. So all multi-blocks need inventory, GUIs, power, the whole enchiladas. It's a lot of work. The surveyor is basically a single thing. So anybody who's used Immersive Petroleum, especially in 1.18, the surveyor uses like a shotgun shell, and it vibrates. It's a seismic survey, and it tells you where there's bubbles of oil. Now, I have no idea how they did that. No idea how they did it. I'm going to need to review all that code to see even how could we even replicate it. But the derrick then drills down. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Fermenter, CNC compressor, smoker freezer, mixer, industrial mixer. That's the thing that makes the liquid concrete. Needs tank. Metal press. Any of these other ones need a tank. Clay former, kiln, oven, fermenter needs tanks. Smoker. Okay, I think that's good. So, the surveyor tells you where there's bubbles of oil. The derrick drills down to them, and the pump jack pumps it out. But the derrick can pump it too, depending on the pressure. So there's this whole subsystem. I actually found it enjoyable. I pumped quite a lot of oil, several million buckets of oil in the world that we had, little test world that we had, and it was a process. It was an involved, engaged process, building all the multi-blocks, making sure they had all what they needed, making sure we had a tank. That reminds me, we need a tank. Or tanks. Small, medium, large. Okay. Now, so the surveyor finds the oil under the bedrock. The derrick pumps it out. The derrick drills down to it. Pump jack pumps it out. Then we need. I'm going to move this into a new page. So the petroleum, yeah, and then we need a distillation tower. Distillation, thank you. Distillation tower. Different types of tanks. How do you mean different types of tanks? I mean, a tank is a tank, isn't it? Unless you want to think about gas and a pressurized tank, that'd be rough. I don't know if I want to get into that. Look at this. There's already enough to do. Just with the bare bones minimum, once we get to version 1.0 and we're able to release it in all of its glory, maybe then do we look at supplementing and augmenting it, getting it actually functional is the year-long process. It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before we start adding stuff. As far as like wooden tanks, how do you handle the leaks? How do you handle the world updates? How do you handle pollution? What do you use to clean up the pollution? Once you add a mechanic like that, you then need to add a mechanic to augment or counterbalance the first mechanic, right? So when you add a leaking tank, what do you add to clean up the leak? And then what do you like? So there has to be a counterbalance to that, because when you just have leaking tanks and it's going to start polluting, it's like, okay, well, if you permanently, you try not to do something permanent to the world. You want to counterbalance that. A person can leave it polluted if they want, but a person who wants to clean it up and there's no option to do that will be frustrated and probably not use your mod anymore. So rather than try to add a function that needs another function added and it just starts cascading from that, we're just going to not have a wooden tank, because why have a wooden tank? I mean, other than like the old school, like, like railroad water tanks, I've never seen a wooden tank. Other than like a barrel, and I don't know, is a barrel a tank? Technically, it probably is a tank, but anyway, so yeah, we're not gonna mess with wooden tanks. I think having a small, medium, and large metal-based tank. Again, remember, these are going to be multi-blocks, and in immersive engineering, you build the multi-block out of the building blocks, right? Building blocks and components. This is what you build the multi-block out of, and then you smack it with something. And then, boom, it replaces all of those blocks with a single structure. And that is a huge question mark to me. Because instinctively, I think it's possible to do that in Vintage Story. I think it's possible. How probable it is and how easy it is. Because when you let's say you smack it with a hammer, and it's verified, right? You have your multi-block code, and it goes through it and says, okay, this is a pump jack. Then you have to go through and you have to remove all of those blocks and switch them all to air. And then you have to take the center of the block and swap in the new model, which is a giant, single, clear, awesome-looking model. It has to be rotated properly. It has to be facing the right direction. The bounding box and the collision box have to be big enough beyond the single block, right? You have to have a bounding box that is bigger than a block. Now, how much of that is possible in Vintage Story? I want to say it's possible. I don't know how easy it's going to be. That is a massive, massive to-do list, like massive test of just a generic, like, you take a single block, you smack it with a hammer, and you change it into a 3x3x2 block, right? It's a very simple test. It can just be dummy blocks, but those kinds of dummy tests are what we need to then progress. And we haven't even gotten into the flow of how we're going to tackle all of this. Okay, so Petroleum, distillation tower. Now, there were a few other things. There was one more thing. Fermenter. Refinery needs tanks. This petroleum part can use that refinery. So the fermenter is basically item input, item and fluid input, item and fluid output. So when I say item and fluid, I means one or the other. Mostly item and fluid. Item and or fluid. So you can have just a fluid, but you can't have just an item. Right? You can't have just an item. An item doesn't ferment. Right? So you can have water and something. You can have fruit juice and nothing else. Right? Think of barrels. What do you use barrels for? This is what this is. It's just a big powered barrel that adds maybe heat, speeds up the process, maybe infuses it with oxygen. I don't know. Make her, justify it however you want, why it's faster than a barrel. But item and or fluid input, and then item and or fluid output. So you can turn an item and a fluid into an item. You can turn an item and a fluid into a fluid. You can turn an item and a fluid into an item and a fluid. So that's where I'm thinking the fermenter is different from a refinery, because a refinery fluid input and item and or fluid output. So the refinery is just a fluid input, but it has item and or fluid. So you can have two different types of fluids and or an item. You know, you want to be able to mix it up a little bit. And then down here, the distillation tower is fluid input, fluid array output, right? And then possible item output. So the distillation tower will be really open-ended. This will be more hard-coded as input in, item fluid out. Possible. You don't have to use them, but that's there. Having more than one fluid coming out is going to be an issue. The distillation tower, so you put like crude oil in, and then you can get, if you do it generically, you could have light oil, heavy oil, bitumen, and gas of some kind, methane or whatever. And then other modders can come in and say, well, I could build a distillation tower and I could put in like potato alcohol and have, vodka come out of that, right? You can have a distillation tower basically turn into, well, you could have a winery, you could have a whole system like this where you're growing grapes and you have a bunch of recipes in there and you just make a winery. You take a fermenter and you get like the fluid mash that you get, push it into a refinery, Anyway, again, opening it up to other mods. That's what I really want to do. I want to make sure other mods can come in here and add recipes. So distillation tower, fluid input, an array of fluid possibilities as output, and then I got a cat hair staring at on my microphone. And then a possible item output. Now, what else do we need for petroleum? I know Immersive Petroleum has that giant coker machine, but we don't need it. We have machines that already do that. We could look at this again and look at some of these and say, crude tar can get processed, right? This is like a refinery, right? Tar in, and then 2 oils out, right? And then a pitcher tar. So if we want to include that, we can come up here, refinery, item and or fluid input. So it's I'm visualizing it in my head, like the GUI. So you have a single block for an item and a tank, and that's the input. And on the other side, for the fermenter, you have an item and a tank for the output. So the refinery is an item and a fluid for the input, and then the output would be an item, would be an inventory, and then 2 possible tanks. Now, how you would output two different fluids into fluid pipes. So if we come up here, blocks, fluid pipe, fluid router to route different fluids. That would be something that we could do. Again, we're being generic right now. We're skipping the stone across the pond and getting the generic stuff. We haven't gotten into the specifics yet. Fertilizer, that's a good one. Yeah, you could make fertilizers, certainly. There are fertilizers in Vintage Story already. They're basically just powders that are mixed together. So the mixer, industrial mixer, you could needs tank. So you could have 4. Well, how many do you want to limit? 4 items. 4 item input. 4 item and tank input. Item and tank output. Right? So you have a little square where there's 4 items that you can, 4 different items and a tank. Now you don't have to use the items or the tank. You can use one or the other or both or any combination thereof. And the recipe has an output. The output is you have an item and you have a tank. And you can use both, you can use one or the other. Arc furnace, that one's gonna be a beast, but there's no tanks involved in the arc furnace. I'm not gonna mess around, but the arc furnace again is the be all end all ore processing system. Steel, ore, alloys, any metal based thing, the arc furnace is gonna do it. And I do believe in the graphite rod. Uses graphite rods. I'd say consumes graphite rods. Graphite rods have durability. I'm basing it off of immersive engineering. We may figure out how to do this, but this is the pie in the sky. This is what I'm going after. So yeah, fertilizer. I mean, you'll be able to depending on how you do this, you easily make fertilizer. Easily. There would even be ways of doing refinery recipes of desalinating water, or you could desalinate water down here, right? You could add seawater, right? And output is water and some salt, right? Again, possible recipes that you could add, and other mods could add recipes. I want to build this so other mods can supplement and build on top of it. That's the best way to do it. You have a base mod, you have all of this stuff that it can do, and then you have a ton of mods on top of that can use it all too. Flare stack? Sure. Flare stack. Flare stack burns fluids. Combustible fluids. Really? Combustible. Okay. Any other ideas? I tried in the stream to lower the latency. I really did. To lower the latency. Didn't really, I don't know. I tried to lower it to like low, and maybe it didn't take. I guess I can't do it yet. All right. Any other ideas for petroleum side of things, other than the consumption of said resources of petroleum? So, again, there is a near endless number of things that we could put here. I am not trying to do all of them. I want to do enough that inspires other people to start making mods. Because if somebody tries to play this game and they download this mod, let's say it's a year from now and it's all done, and somebody picks up this game, picks up my mod and plays it and is like, oh my god, this would be perfect for XYZ idea, right? And they go off and they start making their mod, and I have all of this stuff documented. It's all going to be documented, and all of this stuff is going to be in there and be like, here's how you use this, here's how you use this, this is the format of these recipes, etc., etc., etc. I am a big proponent of documentation, and so it's all going to be documented, and they'll be like, we're going to do a whole line of, like you said, fertilizer, or a whole line of plastic, or a whole line of XYZ, right? Concrete, or pavement, or asphalt shingles. You name it. There's a metric ton of stuff that you can do once you have the foundation. And this is what I'm really enforcing on this, is the foundation of things. Okay, but the main purpose in this mod to go petroleum, of course, is for fuel, right? So this is going to have water to fuel generator. No, do we need water? I don't even think we need water. Fuel generator. But we do need fuel. So, possible fluids. So, possible fluids: light oil, heavy oil. I know what the main mod does. I don't want this to turn into a chemistry lesson. I don't want to turn it into I don't want it to turn into a massive chemistry lesson. So I like the thermal expansion way of doing fuel. You take crude oil, you get light oil, you get heavy oil. Those you have to refine into refined fuel, right? So basically, distillation tower, fluid input, crude oil, which I've already done. This mod will require the crude oil mod. It's already built. So light oil, heavy oil, refined fuel. Distillation tower is crude oil, output, light oil, heavy oil, and possible thing. Like what? Something. Vitamin? I don't know. I do like the thermal way of doing it. It's simple, it's understandable, and it doesn't require 500 machines and 1,000 tanks. I don't want it to get crazy, but I want to give people the option of modding it, right? The all the code and all that stuff will be here. If somebody wants to make it more complicated, they can just mod the mod and just change some of those recipes and make crude oil actually output whatever it is that crude oil outputs. I don't even know, like, real world, like, what that does, but I don't want it to be crazy. So light oil, heavy oil, refined fuel to fuel generator, which is a really high level, high powered generator. The natural gas, I say natural gas, yeah, the natural gas generators that power stations use as backups can produce a unbelievable amount of power. Unbelievable amount of power. Very, very quickly and instantaneously. So yeah, this is, this is the later game power generation option. Now, here's the question, everybody. The two people that are in here. Oh, let's see. Let's catch up with chat. YouTube has a okay. Heat exchanger powered by fuel. Heat exchanger. I mean, you could do this. So refined fuel boiler. Refined fuel and water to fuel boiler to make steam, which then goes into and then this would be steam generator, right? Lubricant. Yes. Lubricant. Good idea. Light oil, heavy oil, lubricant, refined fuel. Those are the possible fluids. Now I want to try to track all the things that need to be added. Because once you have an idea of all of the different fluids, it's a lot easier to sit and go in and just add them all at once. Just be like this. Just copy and paste and copy and paste and copy and paste, and you have all the fluids already done. It's the same thing. You can even do all this in one file. If you got really creative with the name, you could do it all in one file and literally have one file that would be like VE fluids, right? That's the code, VE fluids. And then the dash, you would have the variants, right? The allowed variants. Light oil, heavy oil, lubricant, refined fuel. And it would just generate those, and then you could set the textures. But I don't want to do that. I want each fluid to be its own thing, just because. Byproduct. Again, coffee. The problem isn't, if we should do this, the problem is getting lost in the reasons to do it. Because other people can come later and say, hey, I want this to be more complicated. Let's make it more complicated. Look at Factorial. Factorial is the perfect example, right? Look at Factorial. You have in the vanilla game, crude oil goes in the refinery, gets made into 3 products. Light oil, heavy oil, and petroleum gas. That's it. And then the light oil can be cracked down to petroleum gas. The heavy oil can be cracked down into light oil. The same is going to be true with this. I'm sort of merging thermal expansion, the way they do oil, and Factorial's vanilla oil. To simplify it, to make it understandable. But then look at the mods for Factorial. Look at Bob's, or look at Pyanodons, right? Those mods take that simple concept and make it unbelievably complex, requiring many, many steps, many refineries. What I want to do is provide the machines in order to enable people to make a mod or to make the game do what they want to do, to make it as complex as they want. But I need a baseline, and the baseline is going to be more geared towards not only just my style of play, because I'm leaning towards that, but also leaning towards people who don't have an infinite amount of time on their hands in order to be super, super realistic. So when it comes to heavy oil or light oil and LPG and naphtha and kerosene and there are a myriad of ways that you could break this down. Just a ton of them, right? But I want to be able to break it down in a way that is really simple for people to understand. I put crude oil in, I get light and heavy oil out, and lubricant, right? You're going to need 3 tanks in order to fill those up. And then you're going to need to break those down. So heavy oil will break down into some light oil and lubricant. Again, sort of mirroring. I want to mirror Factorio as much as I can, because it's a brilliant way of doing it. So I want to, like, let's say take, and fluid in Vintage Story is going to be different than it was handled in Minecraft, because I am really tired of the millibucket moniker. I hate that. I hate it with a passion. Believe it or not, Vintage Story uses the metric system, right? So a bucket is technically 10 liters. If you look at the code in a bucket, it's 10 liters. But a block, right? A block of liquid, you have to imagine a block is a meter by a meter by a meter. So how much fluid is in a cubic meter? That's easy. 1,000 liters. There's 1,000 liters in a block. So when a pump pumps a single block of crude oil, they've got 1,000 liters of oil. And breaking it from that is just easy. Just metric system, right? You take, maybe the distillation tower is, it takes 1 liter of crude oil and makes, XYZ. Like, you can break this apart pretty easily once you have the baseline, once you have it understood. But I want to keep it as simple as possible. Light oil will break down into refined fuel and, let's say, sulfur. Like, right? Because in thermal, I think you get sulfur dust. You get sulfur dust from the light oil refining. And then the heavy oil refining, I think you get tar. Yeah, you get some tar or something. So, you can have optional drops. But, yeah, I'm going for a more simple system. So this refined fuel generator, that's a direct thing. Refined fuel and water to a fuel boiler, which makes steam, which goes to fluid pipe, which goes to a steam generator. So if you already have a steam generator built up here, you can just reuse it down here. But I think it would be better to go with the fuel generator, because this is going to be a multi-block. It's going to be a big generator. It's going to produce a lot more power, like a giant internal combustion. I mean, look at a train engine, right? A train engine is literally a fuel generator. It's burning fuel to create electricity. That's all that's doing. That's the entirety, and it's very efficient and incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful. So fuel generator will produce more fuel or more power than a steam generator. But if you have a system like this, maybe the fuel boiler will require less actual fuel, will burn less fuel. But, if pollution was in the game, this would produce a lot more pollution, in my opinion, than something like this. Because you could put, catalytic converter on this, and you don't need to burn as much oxygen, whatever. I mean, look at superchargers. Look at all the things you can do with engines these days. Okay, so heavy oil lubricant, add hemp. No, I don't need hemp. Hemp, I mean, you don't really need hemp. There's enough plants. There's flax in the game. Like, what is hemp for other than making fabric? There's already fabric in the game. Vintage Story already has flax, has fabric, has twine, string. All that stuff is already in the game. I don't need to reinvent it. I don't need to add yet another crop. And that's its own nightmare of, the texture of the crop, the grow time on the crop. Crops in Vintage Story grow way, way slower than in Minecraft. Way slower. You have to wait. You would need a really big farm. And I usually have a really big farm of flax because, yeah, I go through a lot of cloth. The up here at the top, the Mechanical generator with the windmill. A windmill alone, just to make a windmill that's max size that has 4 windmills on it, takes an unbelievably large amount of cloth and flax. It's amazing. It takes me usually 2 years with having a giant farm, even modded. I even have my shit modded when I play Vintage Story, and it still takes me 2 years. 2 full years of growing flax to make a full windmill. So you can imagine if you don't have any of my other mods on, how long it would take you. It just takes a long, long time to grow all that stuff. And yeah, so we don't need that. I'll let other people. I mean, I'm sure that there's a mod out there that adds hemp. I'm sure of it. As long as you're able to make a recipe that adds whatever it is that I make in here. If I add a cloth object to say components, right? Let's do heading 4. Heading 4. Can I get rid of this? There I can. Interesting. So yeah, components. I know that there's a cloth thing. We also got to think about insulated wire. So rubber of some kind. Is there a rubber thing in Vintage Story? Item types. Resource. There's resin. There is not rubber. What else could you use to insulate wires other than rubber? Steel windmill blades. You still need you don't want to make the you wouldn't want to make a windmill out of steel. Too heavy. The wind would blow and it would just be like, I don't want to move. You could have really big sails on it too and it still wouldn't move. Steel is really heavy. You want a windmill as light as possible. That's why they're made of fiberglass in the real world. They're giant, either carbon fiber. Some of them are carbon fiber, which are really expensive, but yeah, a lot of them are fiberglass, which is super, super light because you don't want them heavy. I don't think a steel windmill would work too well. So I'm not seeing any rubber. There's one called something. What is something? Okay, well that's something. Stick, stone brick, tree seed, work item. What is work item? I think these are the little bits. Yeah, these are little bits. Like when you're on an anvil and you're moving little bits around, those I think they're called work items. So I'm not seeing any sort of rubber. So here's flax. Yeah, any other resin goes into the compressor. Very good idea. Or you could refine it. Rubber from resin. Very good idea. I like the way you think. So wire coils and then insulated wire / or comma coils. For more advanced things, right? More advanced machines or whatever. Okay. And then I think some of the other blocks were LV coil, LV coil, MV, HV. Transformer, LV, MV. And technically they're blocks, but they are wire connector. And what was the other? There's a wire. You know, I would love it if one of you guys like opened up Minecraft. There's two different wire connectors. There's a wire connector used on a machine that inputs or extracts power. And then there's a wire relay. That's what it's called. The relay is what you put on the power poles, and it moves. It doesn't actually do anything other than allow multiple connections. The wire connector allows one connection. The wire relay allows more than one connection. I don't know if there's a limit. There's got to be a limit, but I'm sure there's a limit. But it allows more than one, which allows you to stretch the wire across. Okay. And again, the whole wire power system, oh my God, I am not looking forward to that. If anybody wants to help with that, I'm more than willing to allow somebody to help with that. Okay. So again, we're keeping this simple. Again, we're keeping it simple. Lubricant is good for lubrication of machines, like a pump jack. You know, if you played in immersive engineering, you put the pump jack, you can have a lubrication thing, which reminds me, auto lubricator has a block that you can put lubricant in it and auto lubricate something. So we could add, you know, the lubricant system for immersive petroleum doesn't really translate all that much to the regular machines, but because I'm merging both the functionalities into one mod, we could have many different machines do better with lubricant, like the sawmill, the grinder, and the crusher. You know, if you're lubricating the gears and such, you know, it will do better. It will use less power or process faster. Okay, so the 3 people who are watching, I hope you stick around. Here's the big question. Do we dare include nuclear? Because technically, in the game, if we go to World Gen, deposits, metal. Here's the metal deposits that actually spawn. That's not all the deposits that are possible. Okay. You want to see all the deposits that are possible, you go to World Properties and you say, where is it? Block. Metal. He already has it in the game. He has him. It's in the game already. Uranium is here. Reduce maintenance. Yeah, there are many different ways that we can tackle why you would want to use lubricant. I think maybe rather than I don't want to punish the player too much. You know, if the player is building if they're building a big factory and they're trying to get all this stuff working, all this stuff, I don't want to punish them too much. I would I take, rather than, okay, there's a stick and carrot approach. I should say a stick or carrot approach. Okay. What you guys are talking about, reduce maintenance, parts get destroyed or damaged over time. Remember, there's going to be no parts. It's a single block. There's not going to be parts in the block. It's going to be a single block. Okay. Having stuff damage or break, okay, that's the stick approach to the mod. That would be a stick approach. You're punishing the player for not doing something. The carrot approach is how I prefer it. I want to reward people for doing something, not punish them for not doing it, right? So a reward, here's the difference, right? Let's take a machine. Let's take the sawmill, right? You set up a sawmill in the game. It has an input and an output. The input, you put in logs. The sawmill processes those logs. Let's say it goes through and the log, to make planks. Now remember, we're making planks. To process a single log, I'm just going to pull numbers out of thin air. To process a single log takes, usually recipes, if you look at recipes in modded Minecraft, okay, the recipes are not based on time. I don't know of a single mod that the recipes are based on time. Recipes are based on power. How much power does it take to do this recipe, right? So a machine, let's say the sawmill accepts 32 power per second. Or let's call it power per tick. Who cares? Let's call it 32 power per tick. And the recipe, let's say to saw a log, the recipe takes 1024 power. Okay? 32 power per tick. To apply to that recipe, the sawmill applies 32 power per tick. So 1024 power divided by 32 should be a nice even number. 32 ticks. So roughly a second and a half. I think it's 20. I think, yeah, Vintage Story is still 20. I think he mirrored Minecraft, 20 ticks per second. So 32, it's about a second and a half to process a single log. Okay. So what you guys are saying is there'd be some damage or durability lost of some kind in the sawmill itself during that time, unless it's lubricated. What I'm saying is that's the baseline. 32 power per second applied to the thing at a 1024 recipe cost. Once it's lubricated, let's say you build that lubrication station right next to it, and it looks cool because I'm a genius programmer. And you fill it full of lube in some way, shape, or form. Now it takes the recipe in code, it detects that it's lubricated. There's going to be an interface for lubrication. And it detects, and once it can call and say, am I lubricated? And if the call is like, yes, you are lubricated. I'm saying lubricated way too much. Probably going to be demonetized. It's going to lessen the amount of power required by the recipe. It's not going to increase the power the machine applies. It will be a baseline 32 power per tick. What it's going to do is you're going to put a log in there. It's going to do a lookup of the recipe, because that's how that works. It looks up the recipe. It pulls that recipe in, sees that it's 1024 power, checks if it's lubricated. If it is, it multiplies that power by 0.8, right? So 1024 times 0.8 is 819 divided by 32. Now you're looking at 25 and a half seconds rather than 32 seconds, right? So if once the lube drops off and it's gone again, it runs out, then that just bumps back up to 32 again. So that's, in my opinion, that's the carrot methodology of modding. That's the carrot. Enforcing good behavior rather than punishing bad behavior. Much more powerful in human behavior modification. People are drawn towards prizes. People are drawn towards a benefit. If you include a punishment, people shy away from that. So my overarching design philosophy is going to be rewarding players for doing or doing a certain thing. Okay, moving on. Oh, coffee, lubricated. Yeah. If you add lubricant, it makes it more efficient. Yes, it makes it more efficient. The recipes require less power because the machine is able to actually operate faster. Not faster, but it's sort of a hidden thing behind it. That's how all this works. When you add augments to thermal expansion machines, when you augment a thermal expansion machine, you add that little augment up in the corner, all that does is apply more power to the recipes, right? That's why the power goes up in the machine. Anybody who's played thermal expansion, when you add that augment, boom, now there's a ton more power in the machine because it's capable of applying more power to the recipe. And that's what makes the recipe go faster. Instead of applying 120 power, it's providing 1200 power, which is why those recipes are super, super fast. Okay. So the big question again is nuclear. I can add, getting way back, I go off on tangents. I do. I apologize. But metal, okay, we look at that, uranium is in, you can even go in the game, and if we look at, let's say, item types, block types, metal, we can look at like metal block, and you can see it's actually forcing skipping the uranium block. The uranium block is in the game, right? It's in the game, but it's excluded from the handbook. Forcefully excluded because there's no use for it. So as part of the mod, as part of this mod, right, I could re-add uranium. It's in there. If we get out of this and we instead go to textures, block, metal, ingot, uranium. Okay, uranium has it's all in there. It's all in here. So all you would need to do, I think even it's ore. Where's ore? Block is ore. God, I can't even remember where any of this stuff is. It's been so long since I've done the environment world gen. No. These are the season tintings. Oh no, they're in the different directory. They're in game. Textures. Block. Where in the world? Assets. I know they're in here. I just don't remember where they are. Like sheet. We go down here, uranium again. They're in here. I don't know where the ore is though. I might have to. Where is the ore? Oh, I think it was in block soil. That's right, soil. Oh, it's got to be in here. Oh, don't. Oh, stone. Is there a stone? Yes. This has got to be where it is. It's in stone ore. So the ore, this is why there's so many, why the ore is so good. The ore is just a texture on top of the stone that it appears in. Okay? I've said this before, I will say it again, and I will say it forever. This game has the best modding system I have ever seen in a game. It is robust, fully featured, and absolutely brilliantly done. Just expertly done. So the actual ore is not an individual texture for each ore. It's just a texture that's applied to the rock type that it appears in. So you don't need specific rock type or rock type or textures. You just have ore textures and rock type textures, and the two are merged together in the game. It's brilliant. But if we go down here, let's see. So it looks like, yes, indeed, uranium has its own texture already. Uranium ore is already in here. And I had to learn how to do this because I added. Oh, here's platinum. Like there's platinum ore. You don't see platinum in the game, I don't think. Malachite, that's just a derivative of copper. Quartz. So yeah, I added, because right now in the vanilla game, silver and gold only appear in quartz for reasons unknown. So yeah, the only way to get silver and gold is by find quartz. And I was like, no, enough of that. So I added my own silver and quartz vein with the Ores of Plenty mod. So when you have that mod, there are literally textures for native silver and native silver and gold veins of ore, and then I added the ore gen. So I could do the same with uranium. I could add uranium generation into the game, and of course, it would only generate in new chunks, of course. In an existing world or a new world, it would generate, depending on, I could do a little bit of research and figure out what kind of rock uranium appears around, or what, again, I'd probably get flagged by some country somewhere doing research. I know of stories of people, of game designers getting knocks on their front doors by the FBI. I've heard stories from developers who do research into this kind of stuff, especially when you do research into like terrorism based games. Like, hey, like what is the response time of FBI? What is the thing? Like if you're researching a game and you're trying to figure out how to do something, and you start Googling these things, you can get visited. Yeah, you can get a knock on your door, which is kind of funny. They know what you're Googling. Okay, let's catch up here again. Coffee, thank you so much. You are a generous man. Okay, more carrots. I like the carrot. I do. Increased output. You could. The baseline is already going to have an increased output, right? The log to plank output is already going to be buffed. Now, I tend not to buff it more because you're not physically pushing. You're not pushing more material in. A log is a log, right? You have a set log. You're pushing it through a machine and you're getting planks. Doing it by hand, there's a lot of waste, right? So the justification is when you do it by hand, there's waste. When you have this machine, you're getting those fine cuts. You're doing really good, but you're physically not like like when you add lubricant, you're not physically adding more space. You know, maybe you could justify it by saying you have a thinner saw blade, but the difference there would be maybe a 16th of an inch, maybe like 2 millimeters for those outside the US. So you're not adding a lot of bulk to get more planks out of. Doing it faster, you know, is the biggest benefit. But there could be other benefits. You could get more sawdust, and the sawdust then you could use, you know, for something, I don't know, paper, filler, gunpowder, stuff like that. Again, I want to leave this open-ended so other people can come in and rebalance the whole thing if you want to do it. Sulfuric acid, definitely possible. Sulfur is already in the game. You can mine sulfur. I don't know if sulfuric acid is in the game. I don't think it is. Might be. I don't think it is. If we do a liquid, so beer, brine, honey, vinegar, salt water, milk. So it looks like sulfuric acid. So again, sulfuric acid, basically sulfur and water. We already have a machine that could do it. Refinery, you could do that in a refinery pretty easily. Even if it's a multi-step process, you just have more than one refinery. Definitely possible. Okay, nuclear is the thing on the table. If we do nuclear, then we would need a coolant, way to cool it down, and heat exchanger to cool down the hot coolant. Yes. We already have a fluid, which is water. That's what they all use. Only really modern reactors, only really test modern reactors use sodium as a medium in the reactor itself, which is possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. Anything is possible at this point. We have yet to write a line of code. Anything is possible. But I want to get this nailed down and have as few people come into me later and say, "Oh, I really like the mod except for this." Right? I hate that. Because it's like you just customize it to what you want. So I want to try to apply as much into this as possible while keeping it fun. Remember, this has got to be fun and engaging. It has to be content that keeps your attention. Now, here's the issue with nuclear. When it comes to like multi-block, and this is the thing that immersive engineering, this is a weird thing about immersive engineering. Immersive engineering generates uranium in the world. There is an immersive engineering uranium ore. But there's nothing in the mod that actually uses uranium. There's no reactor. There's no reactor in the system, in the mod, which is bizarre. Why are you adding uranium ore when you don't have actually a thing to use it? I don't know. Maybe they plan to use it, and then a bunch of other mods are like, hey, you know, and then Coffee suggests is solar. So yeah, solar I definitely want, which is a very involved process. Solar panels themselves would need a pretty huge amount. Power storage, yes. Just like the tank. What would we call the power storage? I wanna lean away from calling it an accumulator. I've never liked accumulator. I've never liked that. I mean, can you have a battery that's the size of a building? Is that still technically a battery? Because I don't want single block. These are not going to be single block storage. The accumulators, the accumulators in this mod are going to be very large. You know, very large, very expensive to build. And I still don't know how I'm going to build. I still don't know how I'm going to tell people how to build the thing. Because there's the projector in the immersive engineering mod in Minecraft. There's a projector that projects on the ground the ghost of the blocks. I have no idea how that works. I have no idea how that works. I don't even know if it's possible in Vintage Story. I these are things I don't know. So yeah, so if it's still a battery, I mean, I would just generically call it power storage. Small, medium, large. So a small would be like, remember, these are all going to need to be odd-sized blocks. They all have to be odd. There has to be a center block. That's just how Vintage Story works. Very similar to Fortress Craft. Has to be a center block. How do we... Yeah, small power storage, like 3 by 3 by 3, right? Medium would be 5 by 5 by 5. Well, maybe like 5 by 5 by 7. And then a large would be... I don't even... Oh, maybe not 3 by... Maybe medium would be 3 by 3 by 5. And then a large would be 5 by 5 by 11 or something like that. Just this giant. It would take an immense amount of copper, an immense amount of whatever. Is lithium? I don't even think lithium is even in the game. We can add... At this point, this is when you want to, like... It's at this point that you want to, like, plan for all this stuff. Add blueprints and runes. Well, I mean, that's... Right now, it's all going to be unlocked. There's no progression, no research. There's not going to be any system like that. The immersive engineering, like, workbench blueprint system, I've never liked that. I understand why it exists. I've never liked it. You know, once you have a blueprint, once you know how to make something, you don't need that again. You can just make another one. And then make another one. You know how to do it already. You don't need the blueprint to constantly go back and make it over and over and over again. Okay, so I don't know why I separated that because that's a single block. These are all multi-blocks. So power storage, small, medium, and large. This could also be the voltage that it needs. Low voltage, medium voltage, high voltage. So a large power storage is only able to output high voltage. Not sure how that would work, but again, doesn't have to be super realistic. It just has to be fun. Solar, complex process to make solar cells. Solar cell to solar panel to power storage, or grid, I guess. You could send it out to the grid. What voltage are these going to be? I would lean towards needing to daisy chain these together. Solar cell. So this is going to be... The solar panel is going to be low voltage. Are solar panels medium voltage? I don't think you get that much voltage out of a single. I'm talking like a single solar panel, right? Solar cell. How many solar cells per solar panel? Let's say it's, again, a solar cell is going to be a component. It's not going to be a block. So we look at components. Solar cell. And the solar panel is a multi-block. Nah. The solar panel will be a single block. So I'm thinking, oh yeah, like just a single block, a meter, you know, in a meter by a meter square of a solar panel that's facing up towards the sky, right? That's a simple solar panel. 22 volts. Yeah, if it's only 22 volts, the solar panels have to be low voltage. But if you join a bunch of these in parallel, you can up the voltage. Why is there a weird strike in this? What? You guys see that white line going through this? That was weird. Complex process. This is generic on purpose. You know, when we get close to even coming close to this, you know, maybe I'll ask for feedback, or maybe I'll look it up, the generic process on how to make them, because I know it uses silicon, of course, some sort of dye, or something to, and then copper, I'm assuming, copper and silicon, which is sand essentially, and sand is easy to come by. Solar cell, I'll let's say 9 solar cells to a solar panel, right? So you have a 3x3 grid in a craft, and that makes a solar panel, which is a single block, which it will have an attachment point for wires, which will basically make it a wire connector. As far as like back-end code object, like it will basically be a wire connector that generates power during the day. That's basically what it turns into. Because the wire connector is going to be a block. And a wire connector has an offset. It will have a value in the JSON as far as where the attachment point is for the wire. You have to have that. And what's a solar panel but a block that has an attachment point that also generates power during the day? So essentially, this solar panel is a wire connector that generates its own power. It's a pretty simple way of doing that. But the process to make them will be pretty complex. But again, it's going to be infinite power without any burning of fossil fuel. So, and then you'll be able to daisy chain many of these. So let's say I want to keep it base 2 just because I'm a programmer and a nerd, and base 2 is really easy math to do. So if we say the solar panel is 16 volts, again, right? 16 volts during the day. And if we say, let's say medium voltage, again, this is why we use base 2. Medium voltage starts Oh, where would that start? 256. So I think it's 8. 256 divided by 16 is 16. So 16 solar panel to because you can have a connector, wires just connecting them in, I don't know, parallel is right or it's serial. Just one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, right? Daisy chain them all down. 16 in a row will build that power up. Or, I don't know if I want to connect them to power poles. That would be really messy. Any game that I've done that, there have been a couple games, Foundry being one of those. When we covered Foundry, each solar panel had to be connected to a power pole, and that just got really icky, just nasty. Amount of wires, and it just looked terrible. So I'd more or less daisy chain them together, which might have its own problem. To transformer MV, right? So 16 of these in a row, daisy wire them together, goes into a transformer, an MV transformer, goes into that transformer as LV, the base wire LV, and that gets turned into MV power, which then can go to the grid. Or you could have another transformer transforming that to HV. HV will basically have no limit as to how much power the wire can move. I don't want to limit people, because right now our high voltage wires can travel for hundreds of miles. The power that we generate, when I mentioned the power station here, the power we generate here goes to like another state. So it goes a long ways, and it's a ton of power, huge amount of voltage on those lines. So I want to be able to have players build a big power station and then be able to move that power via high voltage way, way, way down the line. Now, I'm not separating voltage from amps. All the transformers are doing is limiting the amount of power on the wire. Right? The wires themselves are just dummy objects. They're just the thing that connects the 2 points. There's in the code, the wires are a visual thing. A visual representation of this thing being connected to this thing. In the code, what you're doing with the transformers is saying, on this side of the transformer, there can be an immense amount of power. But on this side of the transformer, on the low side of the transformer, the maximum amount of power available is X. And that really makes people sort of design their systems to make sure the number of machines they have on one line doesn't exceed the amount of voltage that they have on that line. So again, you could have every machine, if you have a high voltage line coming into your factory, you could have a high voltage transformer and then a medium voltage transformer. So high voltage and a medium voltage and a low voltage going to a machine. And the next machine, high voltage, medium voltage, low voltage. So you could have a bunch of transformers, but transformers are going to be pretty expensive. Pretty darn expensive. You're not going to want a lot of those. But it's just, it limits how much power is on a line, which limits how many machines you have on a given line, which helps distribute the tick rate distribution. Because if you just have one network, one power network, ticking the entire game, the entire base, that's a problem. Especially if it travels miles down the road. I don't know how chunk loading and stuff happens in the game. I don't know how that all works. Okay, getting back to nuclear. 9 solar cells to a solar panel, 16 solar panels for each MV line, and then you could, however, maybe it's 16 MVs to an HV. I don't know. I don't know where again, the balance is the last thing you do. The balance is the last thing you do. So these numbers can all change. So nuclear, do we do nuclear? Did we reach a consensus? We handled solar. That was Coffee's input. We handled solar. Do we want to bother with nuclear? Because I do not want a super complex mechanism style nuclear system. That most people don't like that. I would assume most people would much rather prefer like the big reactors way of handling nuclear. Right? Big reactor, you don't deal with waste. I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, mechanism is great. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with mechanism. There's a lot of depth to that mod, a lot of complexity. But we don't have the wires and pipes and all of that kind of stuff like mechanism does. The different tubes, you have the pressurized tubes, you have the mechanical pipe, you have the power pipe, you have all of those things. Those are all systems on top of the machines themselves. Those are all systems that have to tick. Those are all systems that have to be simulated. I don't know how much leeway Vintage Story has in terms of really oppressive amount of machinery. I don't think we want a system that requires 50 machines in order to support. I think that would be a bad idea. Especially as other mods get online. I don't think enough mod authors really respect the game's tick rate enough, right? There's too many mods that just add all this stuff and they don't even think twice about how much weight they're making the game simulate on the back end. So I really want to be conscious of how much we're pushing the system. So if we're mining uranium, and I could mirror a little bit of my Fortress Craft nuclear reactor mod, right? That mod is a simplistic look at the super complex way the industry works, right? Ore out of the ground, process it into yellow cake, centrifuge or basically enrich the yellow cake. Not enrich it. Enrich it is you put it into centrifuges and that separates the fuel from the wheat from the chaff, basically. Because there's only a very small portion of the ore that's usable as fuel. So I could mirror my Fortress Craft mod. So you have the ore, you have basically what you have the ore into a purifier or like a refiner. I don't know if a refinery. Do we have a building? So what I'm thinking is, okay, you take the raw uranium, you put it through the crusher, you get crushed uranium. And then you want to, again, I don't even know how the industry works, but I'm not trying to mirror perfectly the industry. That would be way too many steps. What I want is ore to yellow cake to enriched to fuel rod or to fuel, basically. The enriched is the fuel. And then the reactor, this is the big question. I don't even know if it's possible to do a dynamically sized multi-block reactor. right? Like big like mechanism or like big reactors. Like how do you in Vintage Story, how do you generate a multi-block that is a dynamic size? Because the multi-block system in Vintage Story, the multi-block system and verification is based on a single size. You are verifying a multi-block. It looks at every block in a volume and verifies it's the right type. If you have a variable amount of blocks, that system is not functional. It does not work. So then if you go with a set size reactor, then you have to look at, okay, how much power. The reactors themselves don't generate power. They don't. The reactors generate heat. The heat generates steam, which generates power. So, again, we're getting back into this steam, right? Mid-game power, water, coal boiler, steam, fluid pipe, steam generator, right? The steam generator is the thing that produces the power. Now, we can code the steam generator generic enough where it just takes steam. That's all it does, is just take steam. And we can use this for all of these processes. We can just vary the amount of steam each one of these steps makes, right? So this coal boiler is producing steam. It produces X amount of steam. Maybe each boiler supports one generator. Then when you get into fuel, right, each fuel boiler could support 2 generators. I'm just throwing numbers out there. This is not a thing. And then when we get to nuclear, a nuclear reactor. Now think of Factorio. Think of how much power even a single reactor is capable of producing. This is a ramp from refined fuel. Let's ignore solar for a second. Solar does not compete with nuclear. Not even in the same arena, not even in the same country as nuclear power can produce. So if you look at the top tier refined fuel generator, right? Let's say this fuel boiler, let's say it supports 4 generators. So now using fuel, you can support 4 times as much generator as you did with coal. Again, throwing numbers out there. Nuclear, if this is 4, I would see nuclear capable of supporting like 32 of these. That's how much power a single reactor, even a small reactor, is capable of making. It is an unholy amount of power. And the fuel, it does not. I mean, get this, okay? When we put fuel, like we have nuclear submarines, right? You know how often those have to be refueled? I'm sure Coffee would know this, or at least have an idea. There are some reactor designs, those don't have to be refueled for 20 years. And like the ones that they have in aircraft carriers. Aircraft carriers have like 4 to 6 reactors in them, and those don't have to be refueled for like 6 to 7 years. So once you have the fuel, it produces an unbelievable amount of power. So we have to be very careful with this process, because this is like a set it and forget it sort of situation. But we want it to be simple enough that people are incentivized. Again, carrot. We are incentivizing people push to this, because it's the next step. It's the next thing. It's the next challenge to overcome. And once you get it, the world is your oyster. You have enough power. You don't ever have to worry about it again. I want to make power something that this mod, if it does it well and it does it right, that other mods, a myriad of other mods out there, could then add a ton of other stuff that uses this power. Let's say somebody makes a mod using my power system that uses my power, but mirrors something like applied energistics, right? It uses my power. You plug my power right into it. It works great. And now you have applied energistics, right? Once you have a nice mod that adds a power system in the game, this is why I'm making this mod. Once you have a rock solid power system that other authors and other mods can use effectively, you open the door to every other mod, right? Except for like magic mods. But you open the door to every other type of tech mod. You open the door to other automation mods. You open the door to, applied energistics or refined storage or, mechanism or, you open the door to tons of other mods, and they don't ever have to worry about power generation because this mod already has all of the different options. Like, why reinvent the wheel? Why reinvent all these other options when you have the mod already makes the power, and now you can use my machines to make, you can have, let's say you have an applied energistics. Let's say you have vintage energistics, right? Vintage energistics requires vintage engineering because vintage energistics, maybe it adds Certus quartz or maybe it adds the fluix, right? But the majority of that mod is the network, is the interaction, is the storage of the things. I would love an AE mod. It would be basically vintage energistics. But I would love an AE mod for vintage engineering or for vintage story. I would love it. But there's no power system. So right now it would be kind of really cheaty. You set the system up, it doesn't ever use power. There's no energistics part of it. It's just fake. But then you could use my machines in your vintage energistics mod. You could use my crusher to crush, Certus quartz. You could use Refinery. There's a myriad of things that you pick and choose which machine that you want to use, and these then would encourage people to get into the mod even more, because then you could have both mods, and my mod is the base mod. You have to progress in this mod far enough, get a power system, and then you could start progressing in vintage energistics, and all of the inputs and outputs for these machines are going to be base game. There's a base game way of inputting and outputting objects. That's what the chutes, when you build chutes, right? You build these chutes, well, that's the system already works. It inserts into a machine based on the interface. So all these machines are going to use the base game interface for at least item input and output. I don't know of a way. I don't think there's a way to doing fluids yet, because there's no way to move fluids in the base game. So that would be another thing I would have to probably add to the base game with a pull request, is a fluid interface input output. But Tyrone already told me he's open. He's open to adding stuff to the base game. We're talking like really base stuff: wire system, electrical system, fluid interface. He's open to adding that stuff if it's done right and programmed well. He's open to merging it with the base game, and then I don't have to invent it. It's already in there. I just use that. Other players can use it, and it's not an open source game, but it's about as close as you can get to a game you have to purchase. So nuclear, 20 years, give or take a decade. Yeah, I mean, the first nuclear sub, that's been decommissioned a long time ago. That was built in the 50s. That's definitely been decommissioned, and yeah, absolutely. It was probably decommissioned in the 70s. So nuclear, we would have to have a set-sized reactor. So a 5x5x5 reactor. 5 by 5 by 5 reactor to make, well, let's do so let's do ore. Get the basic stat here. We have uranium ore to what would we do? In my Fortress Craft mod, I just put them through a grinder. 100 ore makes 1 yellow cake. So if we did that, I would more or less compressor. Let's do crusher. Compressor. Yellow cake. Okay. So let's do not 100. We're not going to do 100 to 1. Let's do 8 uranium ore to 1 yellow cake. Okay. That goes into then we have 8. Why is this bigger? 8. Well, let's do 4. Again, balance is the last thing. I just want to get a initial, like, this is what I'm thinking sort of message out. 4 yellow cake. Centrifuge. Enriched uranium. Okay. So the enriched uranium is after the centrifuge, but the centrifuge also has to kick out something else, right? The stuff we don't want. 1 enriched uranium and 3 depleted uranium. It's depleted uranium is, it's not depleted. Depleted is, after it's been in a reactor. But depleted uranium is the best idea. It's inert, basically. Not 100% inert, but it's the uranium that isn't the good stuff. So this is, if you look at Factorio, right, the enrichment process. The difference is 238 and 235. You want the 235, not the 238. So this would be like the 238, and this would be the 235, right? And in Factorio, 1 235 make 10 fuel rods. 10. Okay? Again, this process is more complicated. This is going to be the most complicated part of the game. Let's see. 4 yellow cake to centrifuge, and this is going to be a multi-block. 1 enriched uranium, 3 depleted uranium. Okay, so then we go. What do we want? 1 fuel rod, which is made from I think they're made from titanium plus 4 enriched uranium equals, again, these numbers, just an overview. 1 fuel rod plus 4 enriched uranium. Well, let's do one enriched uranium equals 1 prime rod. Primed rod. Okay, so primed rod is the fuel, right? This is the fuel. Yeah, we're not going to get too deep in the weeds here. Enhanced enrichment. We're not, because there's two primary reasons to enrich it. Enrich it for fuel, right? I think you need, as far as enrichment goes, you only need like 5%. 5 to 10%, I think, for fuel. Weapons grade needs to be like 95%. That is much harder to do that. So yeah, that's why countries can have like a nuclear program for power but not have the weapons, because it's a brutal process. So a 5x5 reactor with 1 primed rod lasting, well, depends on what their day settings are. I would say this would be tough. I would need to set number of days that it would last, because you can vary when you create your world. You can vary the number of days in a month, right? So you can have, 9 days a month. You can have, 3 days a month. So you don't want to set it on the month, nor do you want to set it on the year, because the variable number of days in a month means a year is either longer or shorter number of days, or number of days. So you don't want to set it on a year either, because that could be shorter. So I want to set it on number of days the fuel would last. Let's see, 5x5 would last. I mean, again, I'm pulling numbers out of thin air. Let's call it 32 days. And support 16 steam generator, or 4 Mark II steam generator. So Mark II generator would be a bigger, beefier, battier version of the Mark I, right? Which would be 4 times the processing. So this level could introduce Mark II steam generator. So this would be 4 steam generators. Mark II steam generator multi-block would support 4 times the 4 times the capacity. Or 1 Mark II. Right? So we introduce, in this setup, we introduce the concept of a Mark II, because this could support a Mark II, maybe making it slightly better, right? Again, carrot, maybe making it slightly better than just a straight up generator. right? As a straight up generator, the benefit of this would be instant power. That would be the benefit. You need power, clicks on, boom, you have power. The benefit of this would be more power, right? But it takes longer to spin up. It's not instant power, just like in real world. It's not instant power. It takes a while. It takes a while to heat the water. It takes a while. Yeah, it would take a while for this to kick on, but it would produce, maybe, I don't know how much extra power. I don't know, 50, 25%, I would say, extra power. So this generator, this fuel generator, let's say this would be, I don't know. I would baseline it off of this. I would baseline it off of that and try to, I don't know what my low voltage, my medium voltage would be based off of yet. Again, the balance kind of comes later. But the 5x5x5 reactor, one primed rod would last 32 days, would be able to support 16 steam generators or 4 of the Mark IIs, which would produce a massive amount of power. Remember, this is 32 days. Not I need one of these a minute, or I need one of these per tick. You put a fuel rod in there and you have fuel, right? The whole system here doesn't need to produce another one of these for 32 days, right? This is a set it and forget it sort of situation. Once you have, and again, all of this is going to be enormously expensive to put together. Okay. So, multi-block needed. Reactor 5x5x5 centrifuge. There we go. Centrifuge, which would be a 3x3x5 multi-block. The compressor and crusher are already done. That's base stuff. That's like stuff that we've long passed. So those are the only two. Anybody else have any feedback on this? Maybe this would be 7. 3x3x7 centrifuge. Something that spins, you could have a little animation that spins up or something. Again, I don't know how any of that. I don't know how to code any of that. I'm sure there are people that would know how to do that right away. So I'm not getting much feedback on this. I'm not sure if I'm boring everybody, but heat exchanger, yes. Well, no. Heat exchanger would only be used if we include a sodium system. Because the reactor itself is directly heating the water. The water is turning into steam and is generating the steam. We would also need like a cooling tower. Used steam to water. Okay. So steam generators. So the steam where you can add complexity is what do you do with the water after it's used? Instead of needing to pump more water, we could pass it through a cooling tower, take the steam that's used up, right? I think, and again, we're tapping into yet another game for ideas. This is why the modding process is so great, because you can just pull ideas from all over the place. But looking at the game Captain of Industry, right? Look at how they handled this. They have two different kinds of steam. They have low pressure steam and high pressure steam. And what they do is the boilers create high pressure steam. That goes through the generator. The generator converts it into low pressure steam. Well, that steam in the early game, you basically have to send and go through a cooling tower to convert it back into water or dump it, right? And then later on, you get another type of generator that can actually use that low pressure steam to generate a little bit more power, and then it becomes a third type, which is depleted steam. That is what's sent through the cooling tower and what's converted back into water. That's that system. But it's a multi-tiered system requiring a lot of infrastructure. And, you know, is that something that we want to do? Is that too complex in an already complex mod that's 3 pages? Dipping the cooling tower. Yeah, the cooling tower multi-block they're large. But again, depends on how the game handles multi-blocks. I'm really hoping that we can do this, but a really giant multi-block might not look very good because of how the texture atlas works. So the textures in the game are coming off of you know, images that are, you know, I think at best like 64 by 64, right? So if you have a multi-block that is enormous, how are you going to texture that without making the textures look all stretched and nasty? There are some question marks that still exist in this process that I'm not sure if there's a solution. I'm pretty sure I'm sure Vintage Story offers a way to import like object files. You don't have to use their model editor. You can import model file or object files. I'm just not sure how the texturing works. I have to reach out to the modding community and try to get a few people that know, you know, that know this stuff, that have worked in this stuff before, in order to help bridge the gap and get me some examples that I can then replicate, or look at some of their mods that they've already done. But yeah, some of that stuff I don't know the solution for yet. But the cooling tower, dipping the rods in water. No, to shut down the reactor, you have to put in control rods. And a control rod is something. What do they use for control rod? It's something simple like nickel. Anyway, it's a metal. It's a substance that absorbs neutrons. And you insert these control rods into the reactor, and it absorbs all the neutrons, and it stops the reaction. Because the power in nuclear power, the thing that's generating the heat, is neutrons getting spit out of these materials. A neutron spits out of this, goes into this atom, and it splits this atom, which spits out even more neutrons, and it goes into this atom and splits that atom, spits out even more neutrons, and it's just this cascading system, right? But it's kind of a controlled chaos. The control rod is a thing that absorbs those neutrons without spitting any out. So then there's a net loss of neutrons, and eventually and very quickly the reaction just stops, right? We are doing a system, and normally the core of a reactor isn't just one rod. It's like 70 rods. And they can insert control rods in between all these. I'm simplifying this. I am not trying to replicate real world with this, because it's just too much. Again, with the horizontal line, it's not a thing in my monitor. I see it in OBS. That is so weird. If I just like, I wonder if that's a bug with the app itself. That's just strange. Okay. So A cooling tower will take the used steam and turn it back into water, which then we can pipe right back into the reactor. We are going to need, as far as blocks, we have the flare stack. What do we do with excess fluid? This has always been a bone of contention. I don't want this mod to turn into some complex like thing that people just get frustrated with. So we have a flare stack here for burning combustible fluids. I'm wondering water. I don't think it's water. No, I'd have to Google what are control rods made out of. What are control rods made of? Yeah. Boron, cadmium, hafnium. So, like, it's not it's not a simple metal. I don't even think none of those are actually in the game. But I mean, we're not being so yeah, we're not being so realistic that I'm not being hyper realistic. Multi-blocks needed. Reactor is definitely going to need a GUI. Centrifuge, depending on once I have the GUI code locked in place, and there are certain GUI components that are going to cause me problems, namely like a progress bar. So there's two: progress bar and a power bar. Both use similar like progress, like percentage filling in from 0% to 100%. So both are going to use the same basic code. But that progress bar right now, I've pinged Tyrone about it. Not 100%, not very easy. It's not a very easy thing to do. It requires quite a few steps, quite a few weird things. It's not a simple thing. So the GUIs, I mean, if you're used to like Minecraft GUIs that are all fancy and custom designed, not going to be the initial start of this. I have no idea. The GUI system in the game in Vintage Story is not. It's not bad, but it's not nearly as customizable or extensive as Minecraft. Like, I don't know if there's a way to add a background image. I don't like. Again, there's certain things I don't know if it's possible. It's a pretty simplistic GUI system. Okay, we have reactor, centrifuge, cooling tower, heat exchanger, which I would see as a I would see it as a 3x3x5. And then fluid, possible sodium. For a sodium-cooled reactor would require a heat exchanger. So even when you get to the reactor, there is still another tier of something that you can go off of. And we have to stop it at some point. But a sodium reactor Yeah, see, I don't see a benefit. The reason they exist, right, in the real world, the reason they exist is it's impossible for a sodium reactor to have a meltdown. I say impossible. I would say a minuscule chance. Even if everything goes wrong, everything breaks, there's a minuscule chance. Whereas if something breaks in a normal reactor, when we've seen that a few times, shit can hit the fan really fast. But a sodium reactor, when it gets too hot, it literally shuts itself down. The sodium, when it get the sodium cooled reactor, if it gets too hot, the amount of neutron reactions falls off a cliff and the whole thing shuts itself off. Right? So the benefit of that is they don't melt down. Well, if we are in the game and we're not really worried about that, make it possible. Make what possible? You can't use words like it in chat because there's a delay. I don't know what you're referring to. Please, you gotta not use generic terms like that. I don't know what it is. So a sodium, the only reason to build a sodium reactor, it doesn't produce more energy. It just doesn't melt down. And since we're in a game and we're not really melting down anyway, even if everything goes wrong, I don't want to punish the player for being distracted or enjoying some other aspect of the mod and leaving his reactor alone and having it overheat or whatever, right? Again, that's punishing the player. I don't want to do that. I want to incentivize them. And I want them to enjoy the process. I want them to enjoy the mod, not to get frustrated by it. So as far as the sodium goes, I just don't see a reason. Make it possible. You want reactor meltdown to be possible, huh? Well, how would that look? How would that look? How would you code a meltdown? A meltdown, contrary to popular belief, a reactor melting down does not explode. In my reactor mod in Fortresscraft, yes, if the reactor melts down or overheats, if you don't add coolant for a minute, 60 seconds, the thing explodes. I did that for fun, just to prevent people from not putting coolant in, but it explodes. A real reactor does not explode. A real reactor melts. That's why I call it a meltdown. It melts the reactor. It creates a blob of incredibly radioactive material inside the reaction chamber. Like radioactivity that you can't even imagine. Kills you in seconds. Like just the worst stuff that we've ever made. Right? That's what's at the heart of Chernobyl. That's what's at the heart of the Fukushima. Like the blobs, there's a term for them too. I forgot what they're called. It doesn't explode. The fuel and stuff itself does not explode. The explosions that you see, if you watch like the Fukushima from many years ago, the explosions that you see are happened because the container got so hot, it literally separated the oxygen from the hydrogen inside the water, and the buildings built up with hydrogen. So you have a building that fills with hydrogen, right? Hydrogen is incredibly flammable. And all it takes is a little bit of heat, and that's what you get those explosions. Is the pressure, the heat separating hydrogen and oxygen, and then the hydrogen just blowing. It just goes. Or yeah, you can have pressure explosions. Usually they try to off gas the pressure from those buildings, so you do get pressure buildup because they're not built for high pressure environments. But the gas being produced is from the reaction itself. The reactor, the core of the reactor itself is not the thing that explodes, but it's off gassing incredibly radioactive material, incredibly radioactive, and that's mixed with the air. So when those explosions happened, those depressurizations happened, it released a lot of radioactivity into the air. But elephant foot, maybe that's what it's called. I knew it was it's a weird saying. But yeah, it's just a blob of molten rock that is unbelievably radioactive. Unbelievably. So as far as how to transfer that into the game, right? Again, I know how Mechanism does it. I know it adds radioactivity into the chunk. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how to integrate into the game a radioactivity system that would hurt the player, but not actually bog down the game in the simulation. How do you mark chunks as radioactive? And how do you save that without corrupting existing games? And there's a way to do it, certainly. There is a way to do it. I'm just saying there are enough things in this mod right now that I don't know how to do. That's going to be a struggle, and this would just be yet another one. So if somebody wants to tackle that specific part of the mod, then I'm all for it. But then you need to add a way of scrubbing the radioactivity from the world. Because if they build this near their base, now their base is radioactive. Right? What effects does that have? How do you prevent it from destroying somebody's world and having them just have to restart a new world or just leave, right? And I know that's what happens in real life. I know it is. You know, the city outside Fukushima is still empty, and it will be empty for like the next 10,000 years. It is highly irradiated. That area immediately, that village right behind the plant, highly irradiated. So I know how things work in real life. I know how all this stuff works. What I'm saying is real life is not a game. Game has to be engaging, it has to be fun, it has to be challenging, but it can't be hopeless. If you introduce something that's hopeless, that's where people stop playing. That's where things break down. So, as far as radioactivity goes, you know, the process and cost of a reactor, right, is going to be really high. Really high. This process is going to be crazy. A 5x5 reactor, a 5x5x5 reactor, right? Let's say, just imagine a volume, right? A 5x5x5 volume of block. So 5x5 is 25. So one layer is 25 blocks. You have 5 layers. That's 125 blocks. Right? 125 blocks. Now, let's say every single block inside that volume is a block. If you remember immersive engineering, a lot of the machines that they build, there's empty space. There's air block. The derrick, there's a bunch of air blocks. We built one of those on stream. Pump jack, there's a bunch of air blocks. All of the machines have air blocks. Like there's very few machines that are solid blocks, 100%. Every block is a block. Now remember, these blocks are mostly made out of steel, iron, and advanced materials. And a reactor is going to have steel, iron, lead, titanium, other things that we think about. It's going to be expensive. Now imagine if every single block in that 5 by 5 by 5 square is a block, how expensive that's going to be. How much hundreds and hundreds of steel and lead and potentially titanium or other exotic alloys that we add or think about, right? So there is a way of making this machine so damn expensive that to lose it would be devastating. And I think that if there is a chance of melting down, which I don't know how, whether it's water, right? Runs out of water. Again, the problem is chunk loading. I don't know how the game simulates chunks that are not immediately around the player. I don't think it simulates them. So we're going to have to figure out a way with, if you're in a machine, if you're in a chunk, and there's, the chunks are sort of abstract. They're not like chunks in Minecraft. A chunk in the game is actually a cube, 32 by 32 by 32 block. It's not the entire horizontal volume or the vertical volume, right? It's not the entire vertical volume of the world. It's just a cube around a certain space. So what if your machine is in this chunk, and this chunk, and this chunk, and this chunk, right? There's up to, you can have a 5 by 5 by 5 machine can be in up to 4 different chunks in Vintage Story. And you don't know where the chunk boundaries are. You could mathematically figure it out, but there's no overlay like in Minecraft to see what their chunk boundaries are. Not that I've ever found. So we have to be careful with how this stuff simulates and how easy it is to melt down. Because I would say the only punishment of melting down would be just to break the machine. You convert the block. Now remember, when I say block, I mean a 5 by 5 by 5 block that is a single structure. Right? So if you look at a block in the do I still have that thing installed? I have, let's see, programming vintage model creator. Here's the model creator. Okay. This is the single block. This is a single block. Now let's open. Wow. Not load 64-bit SWT library. Really? What? Save it if you can and restart the editor. That's new. I wonder if I can click and drag. Let's try to click and drag. I'll show you what the models look like. If I can remember where they're stored. Shapes. Block. Machine. I don't want to give anything away here. Yeah, this is the resonator stuff. I don't want to give anything there away. I haven't seen any of that stuff yet. I want to be surprised and impressed. Clutter. There's some good stuff. I'm hoping brazier. Okay. There you go. Here's the brazier. So you can see you have the root, which is the base object, and then you have all of the cubes inside. Now imagine a block only taking up much higher volume, right? This only stretched out. If you stretch this, if you stretch this 2 blocks in either direction, and then a bunch of blocks up, you get a 5 by 5 by 5. It's just, imagine scale that up. That is what I'm talking about, right? You can design it in here. You can design a block that exceeds the boundaries of this, right? You don't have to stay in this block type. And to prove that, I'll look at an entity rather than a block, right? If I look at, say, a gazelle, right, you can see it's bigger than a block. It does not have to stay in that block space. So the block designer, the model creator, maybe they fixed that problem, or maybe I need Java installed or something. Are the chunks in 3D? The chunks are a cube, right? A 32 by 32 by 32 cube. So 32 by 32 by 32. Right? Imagine a cube that's 32 by 32 by 32 block. That is a chunk in Vintage Story. And so when you have a world height, right, and you're on the surface, and you're at Y level 60, you know that there's at least 2 chunks, right? You're on the chunk that you're standing on, and there could be up to 2 chunks below you, depending on the math. So the 0, the bottom of the world up to 32, that's 1 chunk, and then up to 64, that's another chunk. So if you're at 68, you're on yet a 3rd chunk up on top. So there's 2 chunks below you. A 5 by 5 by 5 reactor, if you put it in the corner, that could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 8. You're right. That's 8. You can have it up to 8 chunks. So you can imagine how much of a nightmare that would be to try to chunk load that, because you don't really know where those are. So yeah, 8 chunks. Again, I don't know. What I'm leaning towards is having 1 block wherever the block base is. So when we looked at that model creator, and if you just imagine, if you close your eyes and imagine, instead of it being this little block in 1 block square, the structure is actually outside of that and taking up 5 by 5 by 5 blocks. So a giant structure, right, in that model editor. When somebody builds the multi-block in the game using whatever components that you make, then once they build the final piece, when it spawns, in like immersive engineering, when you right click it with a wrench or with the engineer's hammer, it swaps the block, right? It swaps the model. So in Vintage Story, you'd have to do that. You'd have to, once you verify the model or the block is built correctly, you'd take all the individual blocks that the player placed, swap all those with air. Just swap them all with air, and then the middle bottom block. This is why it has to be all odd shaped blocks. The bottom middle block, which is what it's centered around, is the block that gets swapped to the big boy, the big one. That block gets swapped to the big one, right? Because that block is now the only block that's left. And it gets swapped to the big one, and it has a GUI, it has a block entity, it has all of the stuff, right? If you go to break that block, if you use a tool on that block, remember, it's just 1 block in the center on the bottom. That's what's controlling it. This is when I'm thinking about coding, when I'm thinking about programming and how to solve these problems. This is what I'm imagining in my head on how to solve these. That bottom middle block detects when you're trying to hit it with a pick, or let's say it's a wrench. Now the wrench is in the game. And there's actually more tool types. I suggested several different tool types in the enumeration object, which he added. He actually added them. So wrench is one. So you hit it with a wrench, right? The block detects that and is like, oh, he wants to deconstruct me. But right now I'm only one block. I am a one block giant. I am literally a giant single block. I need to break into my components. And because each machine is going to know what components it's made of, all I need to know then is the orientation, the rotation of the machine. What rotation is it? Once you know the rotation, you know where all those blocks need to be placed. And then you swap them all back, right? You swap them all back. You take the very first center block and you swap that back to what it was before, which is, let's say it's just like a steel scaffolding or a solid steel block or whatever it is. You swap that back, and then you swap all of the other ones in the volume, the 5x5x5 volume. It's a relatively straightforward process in my mind. You know, I've got it in my head on how to do that and how to do it in a way that's generic enough that I can then apply it to all the other multi-blocks. That's the problem, is getting it working on one instance and then applying it to all the other ones. You don't have to rewrite it. And then you just need to save what components are in each machine, what components are made of each machine, and then you need to figure out a way to broadcast that to the player, which I have no idea. I have no idea how to broadcast what blocks go where. Especially, imagine you're a 5x5x5 structure, 125 different blocks that you have to figure out how to place, right? That is not going to be an easy thing to do. So, yes, we can do sodium. We can have a heat exchanger, right? The sodium reactor won't melt down. It will produce the same amount of power. The only benefit is it won't melt down. Melting down, a meltdown happens when no water is... Wow. I must be getting tired, everybody. I've been streaming for 5 hours. When no water is provided for 60 seconds and destroys the reactor. And by destroying the reactor, destroys the reactor, making it permanent. So here's the stick part of the meltdown. I am not going to mess with radiation. I'm sorry. I'm not going to mess with it. I think it would be too simulation intensive on the game, on the server, to introduce and spread radiation. Because you not only introduce it in the chunk, then you need to spread it to neighboring chunks. And those chunks need to spread it to neighboring chunks. And God forbid you do anything to reduce it, but it is a nightmare of a system, and I don't want to add even more punishment. I think it's punishment enough if the meltdown happens. The model of the reactor, the big guy, right, swaps to a destroyed version, basically an inert version, a version that is dead, right? It's you don't interact with it. It's basically like a destroyed object, and then is permanent. You cannot mine it. It does not. You cannot move it. Basically becomes the same like hardness as like the mantle or bedrock. I think Vintage Story calls it mantle, not bedrock. I think I haven't been very deep in a Vintage Story world in a while, but I think it's mantle. And that might be another game. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it just becomes permanent. You can dig around it, you can dig under it, but the block itself is permanent. That I think is punishment enough, because you not only lose all of the resources that it took to build the thing, all the steel and lead and titanium and iron and God only knows what else, that's all gone. Probably hundreds of ingots gone. That is a hit. That hurts. That really hurts. But also the fact that it's permanent. You have to now build around it if you want to supplement and continue making power. I think that's a good compromise. I think it's a decent compromise for everybody. If somebody once we get all this stuff in and once we get closer to release, again, this is a year for anybody who's just joined us. It's going to be like a year long, at least a year long project. But the source is all going to be on GitHub. And if you, as a programmer, want to add a feature for radiation, the one stipulation I'm going to make for people who want to add features that are more complex than what I have in mind. Okay, this is a prime example. If you want, as a code base, to do a pull request on my objects and add the all of the code for adding radiation into the game and everything that entails, it's not a simple project. But if you want to do it, the stipulation is anything like that gets a configuration flag option to turn it on and off. And a flag like that, I'm gonna have my the release of the mod is gonna have my balance options, like the way I would play it, the way I would want to play it. That's what its default is gonna be. So a system like that, you can add it via pull request. I will review it, make sure there's nothing in there that's bad, and I can merge it with the code as long as there is a flag in a config that enables it or disables it. And it will be disabled by default. But the documentation will be this flag, you can enable it and introduce radiation into the game if your reactor melts down. Right? You could even make the ore radioactive. You could make it so you can't carry the ore in your normal inventory, that you would need a special mining ore bag for uranium, like a leaded ore bag. That is a definite thing that you could do. You could introduce a leaded storage container into your inventory, and then the uranium would have to go in there. Right? That is possible. Stuff like that is possible if you want to introduce the radiation, and if you don't use it, and if you have your uranium in your inventory, you could take damage. But that system, again, would be part of the radiation pull request. And it would be off by default. And there would be a thing on there. If you want a more challenging, experience, enable this flag, and here it is. Here's all the stuff that makes it harder. Definitely possible. But this is about as far as I would want to go for my version of the mod as punishment for melting it down. Having to recraft all those materials, having to recraft all the steel, and I mean, it's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. Another machine I thought of, machines auto crafter, grid auto crafter. Because the recipe type of grid, right? the recipe type of grid has no way of automating right now, right? So if we want to auto craft certain things, you can come in here, open the GUI on this, set the recipe, and just feed it materials, and it would craft it as the materials would get it. A loom? That's a good idea. I'll put it up here as a more early game. This is like early game into mid game into late game, right? A loom I see as like here. Remember, each one of these is going to have its own recipe class. There's going to be a lot of recipe classes. You know, maybe not crusher and grinder. And there might be a couple in here that don't really need it because there are ways of adding that already to the list here, and like there are grinding props and there are like crushing props integrated into the JSON. That's how the kern and the pulverizer work. They just use those props from the object, so I can pull those exact props right out of the objects. So put an object in, the machine will check its grinding props and use that recipe. I mean, that's pretty easy. The machine itself will have a set crafting speed. I'm not sure how. Well, the kern itself provides. I don't know. I don't want to speak to that just yet. I haven't looked at the kern code in a while. I don't know how it determines how much progress it makes. I know it's based on how much mechanical energy it's getting, how fast that thing on the top is spinning. Because I've seen videos where people gear ratioed up so it's spinning faster than you can actually see it spin. It's crazy how fast people have gotten it. So it produces stuff really fast. You know, having a machine like that just be a pretty decent way. You could even add a potential for extra output, right? As an incentive for using the machine. Okay, so coming back down here. Now, there's one thing that another thing I'm unsure of, and that is mining. Because immersive engineering has a way of mining, similar to how it does petroleum. So, like, quarry would be worthless. Because, especially in vanilla. In vanilla, there is just not enough ore. There's not enough ore to generate. So here's what I'm thinking. And y'all can, I don't know, give me feedback on this. But there was a mod for Minecraft in versions past called Environmental Tech. And one of the things that you could build is a multi-block void miner, which used quite a lot of power, and it produced. You had to give it a clear shot all the way to bedrock, and it just produced ores. You could have speed upgrades in it, like the top tier, like the super top tier. If you maxed it all out, would produce obscene amounts of ore. Obscene amounts of ore. I miss that mod. I love that mod. The mod was so awesome. But I think that for Vintage Story would be the end game build, because it would use a unholy amount of power, an unholy amount of power, to produce resources. And, produce them. I don't know if you want multiple tiers. I really don't want people building it early game. I wanna prevent people from building it early game. So it would have to be built really late game, and the only reason for that is, I mean, it really, once it's built, it would basically negate any reason to go out mining again. So a void miner is a big question mark. There's definitely some exploration in the game that's fun. And then there's a certain point in the game when I don't want to do it anymore. I want to build. I want to not worry about where ores come from. I just want to work on automation. So I want something that's able to be built, that uses enough power where you really can't build it early game. You really can't build it mid game. But late game, you can build it and maybe upgrade it. So, thoughts on that? Anticlimactic? Well, what would you suggest? I mean, anticlimactic, in the game, the story is still being fleshed out. The new update, Resonance Archive, is the big update, and that adds tons of the story, and I'm looking forward to getting into that. We're definitely going to be streaming it here, in about a month or so, once it's gotten a couple more bug fix updates. But yeah, I definitely want to get into that. It looks awesome. So, what would you suggest that's possible? Remember, this is an engineering game or a mod. This mod is not trying to be something that it's not. I don't want the end game to be something that is so weirdly outside of the realm of engineering and building and multi-blocks and automation, that it's just like, and it has to be useful, right? The end of the game, the end game has to be something useful, something that's a good goal that saves players time, that's complex and expensive to build, but worth it once you get it working. It has to be all of those things, because you want it to be a really good goal and help players. I've also thought about farming aids, planting, harvesting, farming aids. But again, that is sort of outside the realm of the mod. The mod is not a mod to automate farming, right? The mod is a mod to automate the machines to make automation. The mod is a baseline for all of those other mods. So I want my mod to be a baseline of an auto farming mod. I want my mod to be a baseline of an animal husbandry mod. I want my mod to be a baseline of an applied energistics type mod. I want my mod to be a baseline of maybe a super advanced mechanism type mod. There are many ways of doing it, but I don't want to try to do too much. I think what we have already is crazy amount of content. This is a crazy amount of content. This is 30, 40 hours worth of content to get through all of this. And that doesn't even count how much time it would take to go out and find enough iron to make enough steel and all of the other materials that you'd need. Like, this is a ton of material, ton of content. So a miner at the very end, like a quarry, but a quarry is pointless in this game. It is. It's out. A quarry is so pointless in this game because resources, especially in vanilla, if you're using my Ores of Plenty mod, then a quarry might be worthwhile. But if you're not, if you're playing vanilla, then you could mine the entirety of a 3x3 chunk area all the way down to mantle and not even find any ores. Like, they are hard to find in this game. Really hard to find. So I would rather, and it's a little cheesy, a void miner is cheesy, but the benefit is offset with the cost of power. It costs, I mean, we're talking a ton of power. At least, I'm just again throwing numbers out there, but I would say void miner to build it, and to run it essentially full blast would need at a minimum of the power produced by one nuclear reactor. So 16 steam generators or four Mark IIs at a bare minimum. That would even go up, I would say, depending on your difficulty settings in your world, right? You can adjust these values with the difficulty settings of the world. Absolutely. You have access to all of that. You can ask the game, "Hey, what difficulty setting is XYZ?" And you can pull that in and be like, "Oh, we're at the hardest difficulty level. Well, we're going to multiply all the things by 4. All the power by 4 or something like that, and just go crazy with it." So a void miner would need at least one full nuclear reactor's worth of power. I would even go so far as to going 32 steam generators or 8 Mark II generators for this, just to be so much higher than this. So if you wanted to build one of these in the mid game, which would be possible, I mean, it's just a multi-block, just like all the other ones, you would need, again, 8 Mark IIs. You would need 8 of these. 8 burners, 8 fuel generators. And depending on the ratios here, you might need 2 distillation towers to do that. I mean, you're already going to need multiple distillation and refineries to process the light oil and heavy oil into fuel. Like, the amount of infrastructure that you would need to support one of these mid-game is really, really, really high. It's possible. It's a challenge, but it's crazy for somebody to get a void miner mid-game, like after you're into the mod and after you started. So for me, this is the important part: is the void miner would be possible to ease the pressure early game, but it would be so expensive as to be really hard to make. But you could use the accumulator or the battery, charge up a battery over several days, charge up that battery, get it full, flip the switch, and run the void miner for a day or whenever, however much power is in there, drain that battery out over a day, get infused with a ton of material, right? The chest on top, or however it outputs. You have all of that, and you run it, and you get this burst of material that then you can have auto processing, right? You have it auto smelted, or you have it filtered. That reminds me, I would need a where did I put components, mid-game, conveyor belts, splitter, filtered. Yeah. So void miner, this would be like a 9x9 by, I don't know, 13 block. 9x9 by 13 multi-block. Uses the power equivalent. Oh, I'm a bad speller. Equivalent to 1 full reactor output power. So the void miner would be an enormous block using an incredible, like the only EV block or the HV block in the game, the only HV machine in the game. You would have to have high voltage going into it because it would use, I don't know, 32,000 power per tick, something like that. I don't know what the numbers would be at this point, but you'd have to have an EV connection, EV wires. It would just draw an enormous amount of power, but produce a lot of materials. So that would be the end game, or nearly end game, getting one of these going and then using the materials to build one of these, using one of these to then power this. And then once you have this going full blast, then you can automate even more stuff. You can automate the actual processing, melting, all of the ores. You could get all of that stuff automated. So that is the general look of the mod at the moment. Now this video is going to be up on YouTube. People are going to be able to watch it before more progress is made. So I'm going to stream again on Wednesday. We will pick this up. I'm going to sit and look at this, and you have to take a day. You have to take a day and just sort of mull this over and think about stuff. And then when we come back on Wednesday, we will continue this, and hopefully I'll get some feedback, some people responding in comments, and maybe drum up a little bit of interest in helping the ideas time. Like, this is the time when you want to sort of set this stuff up. And then Wednesday will be sort of fleshing out the to-do list. Like, what is it going to take? What steps? I want to break down the mod's ideas and concepts into digestible niblets, into individual tasks. This is going to be a task-oriented project. I want to be able to tackle certain tasks, in one sitting. Just sit and tackle something and be like, all right, I did that. Let's not overdo it and move and take a break, right? Otherwise, you get burned out. Would increasing ore deposit size be possible? Absolutely. My Ores of Plenty mod does that. Absolutely. My Ores of Plenty mod not only changes the size of them, but also adds new ones in new types of rock. So, yeah, any of that stuff can be modded. Absolutely, easily. So, what I'm going to do, again, we've gone through all of this. And Wednesday, what we're going to do is pick up the to-do list. We're going to try to break it apart into tasks. Go over this a little bit. I'll watch for any comments on this video tonight and tomorrow. And then Wednesday, we're going to pick it up again and work on the breakdown of how I foresee overcoming some of the massive, truly massive challenges of this mod. because it's a lot of work, everybody. It's going to be a crazy amount of work. So that is going to do it for this stream. I want to thank you all for coming by on this Monday and taking time to help and give me ideas. You had some phenomenal ideas, some very, very good ones. And yeah, I wanna try to incorporate and help the community as much as possible. And if you are a programmer and you want to learn, my GitHub is basically GitHub/Flexible Games. All of my mods for Vintage Story are up there. If you go here and Vintage and Flexible Games, so like if you were curious how the Angel Belt mod works, all the code is here. You can look at how the Angel Belt was made. You can look at all the source code. Everything is up here. If you want to look at, say, the crafting table, because that's a very unique mod that has a GUI and has all of that. So all of that is up here as well. So the crafting table is a unique one because I made it specifically to teach myself how all this stuff works. So I have a mod to look at as an example. That was the number one thing. I wanted to look at an example. So when going forward, you got to separate in your mind a few concepts. The block in the game, the entity behind that block, the actual simulation, inventory, the GUI associated when you right-click that block. Those are all different things, right? Those are all different objects that you have to take care of. And then on top of that, you have behaviors. And behaviors are very, very powerful in this game. Very powerful tools. Because you can have a behavior that is generic, but applied to a lot of different things. So you could even have a behavior that is using power, and then you just apply that behavior to a block, and voila, now it has access to the power, right? So there are certain ways of tackling each of these problems in Vintage Story that are very elegant and well done, which is why I think every Minecraft modder should change over to Vintage Story. I think every Minecraft mod, I mean, they should all be left in the dust. Java, that whole mess should be left in the dust, and everybody should go over to Vintage Story because this modding API is unbelievable. It is so good. Anything is possible. So yeah, so we have the block crafting table. This is the block entity. This is when you place the block, right? In the JSON, you have declared what is the block entity, right? And so once you place the block, the game automatically declares a block entity for that block space, which is a different sort of layer, right? Accessing the block is different from accessing the block entity. So the block entity is the thing that's behind the scenes. You know, it's the brains of the operation. The block is just the dummy, like, here are the textures, blah, blah, blah. That's the block. Like, it's not really smart, but it's the thing in the world that you interact with. When you right-click it, you are right-clicking the block. All that does is pass along it passes along the event to the entity. And the entity handles it and says, oh, he right-clicked it, declare the GUI and show him the GUI. And this is the GUI that's built, right? So it all sort of comes together in the end, and which is why I made this mod, because all of this we are going to use a lot of the example code that is in here, right? This is going to be used a lot. The other big thing, any modder, and we're tailing off here, the other thing that you need to know about mods is literally everything happens on the server. The client side of things is the GUI, right? The client, the GUI is opened on the client. Any interaction with that GUI needs to be passed to the server. So if you look at my GUI table here, any interaction is sent to the server somewhere in here. Yeah, send block entity packet. So we are sending interactions to the server, and it's the server that picks those up. It's the server that handles them. So the client is just a dummy, basically a dummy terminal. You don't want to simulate on the client. You don't want to consume or produce power on the client. All of that stuff is handled on the server. The client is just the pretty interface that you see. When you open a GUI box, and let's say there's a progress bar that's going, right? The values that are updating that are coming from the server. The client is just showing the progress, and the box here, the composer, is what's building that. And I have to review the code. I don't have any of that code memorized, but all of the updates and stuff are all happening on the server. It's the client that, is there. The server is constantly just blasting data to the client, saying, this is updated, this block changed. It's constantly passing that stuff to the server. But yeah, I need to take tomorrow off to rest my voice. All right, that's why I can't do this every day. This is a lot of talking today. So yeah, again, tomorrow I'm hoping to get some feedback, maybe a couple more ideas, a little bit more progress, momentum on the mod. As we go forward, I'm hoping to build up interest. I'm hoping to build up interaction. If there are any modelers, texture artists, animators, anybody who knows code, anybody who knows vintage story modding, I am looking for people to fill some roles and help with this, because this is way too much work for one person to take alone, especially if you have an idea of how to tackle the conveyor belts, and how to do that really optimally. That would be very, very nice. I'm not expecting to be able to build as much conveyor belts as, say, Factorio. I don't know how they do it. I honestly have no idea how they do it so optimally. But I do want to make sure that performance is first and foremost in my mind when I'm making this mod, because I don't want people to install this mod and then get 4 frames per second. That's not ideal. So yeah. Anyway, that's going to do it for this stream. I see everybody on Wednesday when we pick up and try our hand at breaking this down into nibble little chunks that we can tackle initially. Maybe I'm looking at like the first 3 months, building the foundation, getting that stuff up and running, and learning how to tackle some of these objects. So yeah, thank you all for coming by, and I will see you on Wednesday.